Cultivation Online Audiobook by Kevin, Chapter 1481, Tantrum. 1481, Tantrum, Immortal Monarch? Who is that? Yu-Ning raised her eyebrows in a puzzled manner, as she'd never heard of this individual before. Since the Immortal Monarch came into existence way after the heavenly war of immortals and gods, there was simply no way for those within the Shadow Realm to know of him. Despite the occasional tales of the divine heavens splitting into the 9 heavens being told by those who ventured into the Shadow Realm throughout the years, the Immortal Monarch's name never found its way into these discussions, leaving a void of knowledge in the Shadow Realm. With that being said, there were names that Yuan uttered that sounded familiar to Yu-Ning. Dragon Goddess Yayo, Primordial Phoenix, and even the Eater of Stars? Weren't they godlike entities revered as the pinnacle of the beast race? Even in her era, these names were tantamount to deities beyond human comprehension, especially the Eater of Stars, who was viewed as a calamity or god of destruction. Yuan is the reincarnation of this immortal monarch who ruled over such powerful entities. Heavens, this explains why his entire existence is so heaven-defying. Yu-Ning clenched her fists from excitement at the realization that she'd been picked up by such a powerful individual. "Please, stand up." Yuan beckoned the Lord. "Yes." The Lord immediately stood up, but his head remained lowered, staring at the ground. "There's no need to act in such a manner, Lord. I may be the immortal monarch, but you're still this world's savior. If anything, I should be the one lowering my head to you." "Please don't do that, Your Majesty." "Only if you stop calling me that. But you're the Emperor of Beasts. That was before my death. I am merely Yuan now, a human living on Earth. Just address me as that." If you say so, Yuan, despite being accustomed to addressing him as such, it now felt profoundly uncomfortable for the Lord, knowing Yuan's true identity as the Immortal Monarch. "If you don't mind me asking, how did you perish as the Immortal Monarch? And what happened to the 9 Divine Supremes?" the Lord suddenly asked. Yuan shook his head and said, "Unfortunately, I do not know." The Lord fell silent with a pondering expression on his face. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a grim tone. "The destruction of the divine heaven and the Immortal Monarch's disappearance coincided. This cannot be a mere coincidence. I am convinced the Immortal Monarch played a role in it which led to his demise." Upon hearing this, Yuan responded, "Actually, though I am uncertain of the whereabouts of all the 9 Divine Supremes, I can confirm the location of Dragon Goddess Yayo. In fact, she is with me at this very moment." "What? Where is she?" The Lord's entire body tensed up after learning of this shocking information. Yuan retrieved the dragon's soul and showed it to him. "She's in here, her soul at least." "What?" The Lord stared at the dragon's soul with a dazed face. To reduce Dragon Goddess Yayo, who was the strongest among the 9 Divine Supremes, to such a state, what unfathomable events could have led to such a tragedy? He muttered in a trembling voice. "You can ask her, but she will not respond no matter how many times I try to speak with her." Yuan shrugged. "That usually happens when you upset her in some way," the Lord explained. "Huh? I don't remember doing anything that could upset her. But to think her reason for not responding was due to a tantrum. I guess she can be quite childish, too." Yuan chuckled. However, the Lord did not find his words funny. In fact, he wore a terrified expression on his face and even distanced himself. The very next moment, the dragon's soul in Yuan's grasp suddenly began to tremble violently, and an unfathomably powerful pressure that threatened every existence on Earth appeared. This sudden turn of events shocked Yuan, who quickly exclaimed, "What's happening? You angered the dragon goddess by calling her childish." The Lord responded in a screaming voice. "What?" Yuan exclaimed. He immediately turned to look at the dragon's soul with a bittersweet smile and apologized. "I'm sorry, Dragon Goddess Yayo, for calling you childish." Yet the dragon's soul began trembling even more viciously for some reason, even though I apologized. Although Dragon Goddess Yayo did not utter a single word, the Lord could somehow understand the reason for her frustration, but he wasn't sure whether he should reveal this information to Yuan, fearing it would anger her even further. Yet, if he remained silent, the Earth would be imperiled, facing the looming threat of destruction. Yuan, just as the Lord parted his lips to speak, he felt a sharp aura materialize before his throat. It was Dragon Goddess Yao's silent command to maintain silence, and he complied without hesitation. "I'm sorry, but you'll have to figure this out on your own," the Lord sighed inwardly. "Dragon Goddess Yao, why can't you just tell me what's bothering you? I'm sure you know this already, but I do not have all of my memories as the immortal monarch, so I cannot respond to you the way you probably want me to." Surprisingly, the dragon's soul began to calm down. Seeing this, Yuan quickly continued, "I'm sorry, but I will definitely make it up to you when I remember." The dragon's soul stopped shaking, and the terrorizing pressure also disappeared. Yuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and sighed inwardly. "She's more handful than what I currently remember. Sometime later," Yuan said to the Lord. "Anyway, I will activate the formation once I warn the others. Of course, I won't restrict you or Leah's cultivation base. I will support your decision no matter what you want to do. Then I'll return once I replenish Jiran's cultivation base." Yuan recalled the starry abyss and descended down the mountain, returning to the mansion shortly after Chapter 1482, Powerful Presences, 1482, Powerful Presences. Upon returning home, Yuan was greeted by Maifeng at the door, who said, "The others have come out of Cultivation Online and are waiting for you in the dining room." "Okay." They went to the dining room together, where everyone was gathered and chatting merrily. "Ha ha ha! You should have been there. We had to fight 40,000 players with just the 4 of us." Shi Lang laughed out loud. "Damn it, why did I have to come out of Cultivation Online a day late? I can't believe that I missed out on our debut." Wang Ming cursed as he slammed the table with his fist, and a regretful look on his face. It was not just Wang Ming. Everyone who missed out on the faction war wore a disappointed expression on their faces. "Don't be too upset. You'll have plenty of chances to participate in the future," Yuan said as he entered the room. Yuan, he took a seat and continued, "We have another faction war with the Fiery Garden of Hell in about a month, but I plan on participating in this alone." "Eh? Why?" "Let's just say I want to teach Fiery Queen a lesson, and it would be less effective if everyone were there. If you really want to participate in a faction war, we can simply challenge another faction after that one. Anyway, I have an important announcement that will affect all of us and surely cause an uproar around the world for some time," Yuan suddenly declared, his expression solemn. Everyone in the room immediately fell silent, a sense of nervousness hanging in the air. Due to the system update that allowed people on Earth to acquire treasures and whatnot from the 9 heavens, our economy and overall power balance has become chaotic, to say the least. Many cultivators saw a significant boost in their cultivation because of this. Normally, this would be celebrated, but unfortunately this is a disaster waiting to happen. Earth is simply too small and frankly not ready to have so many powerful cultivators running around. While the number of cultivators who can destroy this world is still small, and our cultivation world isn't as developed, I'm going to restrict everyone's cultivation to peak Spirit Grand Master, just like how the 9 heavens have certain cultivation restrictions for each world. This is a selfish act that some may even call oppressive and tyrannical, but I refuse to risk this world being destroyed by a single bad apple. Any questions?" Hong Shuquan raised his hand and asked, "Does this apply to us as well? I'm pretty sure nobody here would do anything that would put the world at risk." Yuan nodded. "I can also confidently say that nobody here would do such a thing, but I cannot show any favoritism, as that would be unfair to others. Moreover, if everyone in the world except for those around me had their cultivation suppressed, it would definitely raise eyebrows." "So you don't plan on letting the world know you're behind the restriction?" Jimerong asked. "No, I do not." "Well, I don't have any objections or complaints. Luckily, I didn't get ahead of myself, or I would have wasted a lot of resources increasing my cultivation base past Spirit Grand Master." Wang Shuying chuckled. "I guess we won't have to worry about our cultivation on Earth after reaching the peak of Spirit Grand Master anymore. This is great news for me, since I can focus on Cultivation Online now," said Chu Liuxiang. "Right? It's exhausting cultivating 2 bodies at once." Wang Bingbing sighed out loud. "When are you going to suppress our cultivation?" Li Jinshi asked later today. "Okay." Sometime later, after the conversation regarding the formation ended, Yuan notified the others about their interview. "I thought you guys would like some recognition, so I agreed to an interview for the members of our faction. I'll contact the interviewer after this, so it'll be great if you can stay on Earth for a few days. Of course, if you're busy or don't wish to participate, I won't force you." "An interview, huh? I'm surprised this didn't happen sooner," Chu Liuxiang said. "Who's the interviewer?" Meishu asked. Wu Zhao suddenly stood up and announced, "That would be the idol, Yan Xiaoqiao?" Who? Several voices could be heard at the same time. "What, none of you know Yan Xiaoqiao? She's the #1 idol." Wu Zhao looked at them with clear disbelief on his shocked face. So you were into that kind of stuff, huh? How surprising." Hong Shuquan chuckled. "I don't care who it is, as long as they're not someone suspicious or have any ulterior motives," Li Jinsi said. "There's no way she's someone like that. I can vouch for her," Wu Zhao said as he patted his chest confidently. Everyone in the room looked at him with weird faces. Sometime later, Yuan left the mansion to prepare for the formation's activation. "Yuan, no, young master. Before you activate the formation, I should let you know that its effect is limited to those below spirit enlightenment. If someone were to achieve that level, it would no longer suppress their cultivation. This is due to your lack of cultivation base, as I was only able to create an inferior formation with my given resources. With that being said, I can improve it in the future once you increase your cultivation base." Yuan nodded. "Okay. Also, there's another matter you should be aware of. When I searched this world with my divine sense, I was able to detect several powerful presences with a cultivation that already surpasses spirit enlightenment hidden around the world. I believe they're all divine beasts." "Is that so? I always expected this world to have a few of them, so this just confirms my suspicions. Since they have dwelled in this world for so long without causing any trouble, I don't need to worry about them causing any trouble for Earth for now. However, I would like to visit them soon," Yuan muttered as he stared at the horizon with a pondering expression on his face. Chapter 1483 Flashbacks. Chapter 1483 Flashbacks. "Then I'll activate the formation now." Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. A moment later, he opened his eyes with a resolute expression and activated the formation. Immediately after the formation's activation, a profound pressure engulfed the entire world. This pressure made cultivators feel uneasy, their instincts sensing something dreadful. Meanwhile, mortals who did not cultivate remained blissfully unaware. Feeling nothing at all as the creator of this formation, Yuan wasn't affected by its effects. However, cultivators around the world sensed a change within their bodies, more specifically in their dantian. It was an indescribable sensation, almost as if an invisible force had taken hold of it. Those below the peak of Spirit Grand Master were unaware of the formation's effects, as it did not impact them. However, those above Spirit Grand Master were struck with a paralyzing shock. Their faces contorted with terror when their cultivation was suddenly suppressed to the level of Spirit Grand Master. Around 50 cultivators around the world have achieved Spirit Lord, and all of them had their cultivation lowered simultaneously. What the fuck? What happened to my cultivation? Did someone poison me? Why did my cultivation suddenly regress? These Spirit Lords frantically began trying to figure out what had caused their cultivation base to decline, but it would be some time before they realized the truth. Since there were so few of them, and the concept of a formation capable of restricting everyone's cultivation base was simply ludicrous, it was practically impossible for them to comprehend the situation for the time being. "It's done," Yuan sighed after activating the formation. "The people won't figure out the cause of the restriction, but they will eventually realize that their cultivation is being restricted." Yu Ning then said, "While the formation forcefully suppresses their cultivation, it won't stop them from increasing their cultivation. So, while they can become a Spirit Lord, their cultivation will be suppressed to remain at Spirit Grandmaster until they surpass Spirit Enlightenment, which will probably take decades." Yuan returned to the mansion shortly after and contacted Yan Xiaoxiao. "Hello, this is Yuan. This is regarding the interview. Yes, we'll be available for the next few days. I'll be there tomorrow morning, Yan Xiaoxiao declared, her voice shivering from excitement. Then I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. After hanging up, Yuan returned to his room inside. Zhu Liuxiang was waiting for him. However, instead of beckoning him from the bed as usual, she sat on the balcony, staring at the dark sky with a profound expression on her beautiful face. "Lulu?" Yuan called out to her. She turned to look at him with a gentle smile and asked, "Do you have a moment?" "Of course. What's wrong?" He sat right beside her. After fidgeting around for a bit, clearly nervous about it, she spoke. "I might sound crazy for saying this, but you see, I have been having these weird dreams lately." "Dreams?" Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Actually, not dreams. They're more like flashbacks. Flashbacks of memories that do not belong to me. It would typically occur when I'm deeply immersed in my cultivation." "When did you start having these flashbacks?" Yuan asked. "Shortly after you gave me this ring." Zhu Liuxiang retrieved Huang Xiaoli's spatial ring and showed it to him. "Even though I don't recognize any of these memories, they feel awfully familiar and realistic, almost like I'd actually experienced it before." Huang Xiaoli Yuan suddenly muttered, "Huh?" Zhu Liuxiang's eyes widened with surprise after hearing this name come out of his mouth. "T? That's a name that frequently comes up in my flashbacks. How do you know such a thing?" Yuan smiled and said, "I don't want to spoil the fun, so I won't say anything. However, these flashbacks are real memories." "Real memories?" Zhu Liuxiang looked at the ring and muttered, "Could these memories have belonged to the previous owner of this ring?" "Something like that, then. Can I ask why you gave this ring to me? You said it belongs to me, but I don't get it." "You will in due time." Zhu Liuxiang puffed her cheeks and said, "You're teasing me." Yuan chuckled. "Is this the cause of your worries?" "Basically, I thought I was possessed by a ghost or something." "Don't worry, you're not cursed or possessed." Zhu Liuxiang stood up and suddenly grabbed Yuan's hand. "It's been a while since we've been together like this. Let's have some fun." She quickly dragged him to the bed. When Yu Ning saw this and realized what they were about to do, she immediately sealed her divine sense to respect their privacy. "So he already has a partner," she sighed inwardly. Several hours later, while Zhu Liuxiang slept beside him with a satisfied and peaceful face, Yuan stared at the ceiling with a pondering expression. "So she's slowly regaining her memories as Huang Xiaoli. Does this mean Li Jinxi is also regaining her memories as Jin Shi?" he wondered inwardly. Before the sun fully rose, Yuan left his room while Zhu Liuxiang continued to sleep peacefully. "Good morning, young master." Meifeng greeted him in the hallway as she mopped the floor. "You're up early." "I always wake up this early," she calmly said. "Yan Xiaoxiao should be arriving soon. I'll do some warm-up on the training grounds. Can you call me when she arrives?" Certainly. When he arrived at the training ground, he could see that someone had arrived before him, and she was swinging a large sword twice her size around like it was a feather. Upon noticing Yuan's presence, Li Jinxi stopped her training to look at him. "It's been a while. Spar with me," she immediately said to him. Sure, as Yuan approached her, Li Jinxi stored away her large sword and retrieved a different sword. Yuan did not expect Li Jinxi to pull out the Golden Empress suddenly. "You're going to spar with that?" he chuckled. "You can't handle it?" In response to her words, Yuan retrieved the Empyrean Overlord. "I see that you've gotten better at provoking me, but let's see if anything else has improved." This chapter is updated by freewebnovel.com, Chapter 1484, Jin Shi's Influence. Chapter 14084, Jin Shi's Influence, 1484, Jin Shi's Influence, shortly after Yuan and Li Jinxi began sparring with each other in the training grounds. Yan Xiaoxiao arrived at the Dragon Spiral Mountain's entrance gate. She approached the gate with an excited smile on her face. "Hello. I have an appointment with the Demon Sealing faction," she said to the guards there. "You must be Lady Yan Xiaoxiao. We have been expecting your arrival." The guards treated her with respect. Typically, only those living at the top of the Dragon Spiral Mountain are allowed to have guests without needing Leah's approval. However, the Lord made it very clear that Yuan could use the Dragon's Spiral Mountain as he pleased. Please wait here while we contact the Demon Ceiling faction. One of the guards went to contact Meifeng, who was appointed as their manager. Yan Xiaoxiao nodded and turned to look at the majestic scenery before her. So this is the famous Dragon Spiral Mountain, huh? I have been trying to get a house in this place for a while, but I keep getting rejected even with my status. She sighed inwardly. The spiritual energy within the Dragon Spiral Mountain could be considered the best in the world. So many people have applied to become its residents since cultivation became the norm. Unfortunately, everyone who applied after Yuan was rejected, meaning Yuan and his group were the last people to settle in the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Sometime later, Meifeng arrived at the gate while driving a red motorcycle. "I'm here to bring you to our residence," she said as she beckoned for Yan Xiaoxiao to sit behind her. "We're going there on that?" Yan Xiaoxiao wasn't expecting such an exciting ride on her way up. But she had no complaints, so she quickly took her seat and enjoyed her ride up the mountain. Meifeng ascended the mountain without slowing down even slightly, clearly very experienced with this routine. "Do you accept guests often?" Yan Xiaoxiao decided to ask. "No, you're our first guest, really. I feel very honored." They arrived at the Demon Ceiling faction's residence shortly after. "By the way, where is your equipment for the interview?" Meifeng asked her, who appeared empty-handed. "Oh, it's all in here." Yan Xiaoxiao pointed to the spatial ring on her finger. Spatial rings and storage pouches became extremely popular on Earth after the system update, as they allowed everyone to carry heavy loads with convenience. However, due to their high price, even in Cultivation Online, it was a luxury item only for the wealthy. "That is very convenient. I should get one too." Meifeng muttered to herself. Dong! The entire mountain suddenly shook, startling Yan Xiaoxiao. What was that? An earthquake? Meifeng turned to look in the direction of their training ground and sighed. "Can't they be considerate to our neighbors? We've been getting a lot of complaints lately." She turned to look at Yan Xiaoxiao and explained, "Don't worry. There's no need to be alarmed. It's caused by the young master's sparring session." Yan Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with excitement upon learning this information. "Player Yuan's sparring session. Can we take a look, please?" Sure. By the time they arrived at the training ground, the Dragon Spiral Mountain had shaken several more times. When they finally arrived at the training ground, Yan Xiaoxiao was left speechless by the devastation that had been wrought. The ground was riddled with craters and large sections had been completely leveled. Are you sure they're only sparring?" she asked in a trembling voice. Even Meifeng was shocked by the damage done to the land there. Manager Leah won't be happy when she sees this. Meifeng rubbed her eyes as she sighed. After taking a deep breath, she shouted loudly, "Young master, you'll destroy this entire mountain at this rate." Upon hearing her words, Yuan, who had been fully absorbed in his sparring with Li Jinshi, snapped out of his intense focus. When he saw the destruction they had caused, he immediately began sweating. However, Li Jinshi remained completely immersed in their fight, oblivious to Yuan's pause, and continued to pounce at him with relentless fervor. Seeing this, Yuan used Heavenly Domain to restrict her movements completely without causing any damage to their surroundings. Yet, Li Jinshi was not completely suppressed and still managed to walk toward him slowly. "Oh?" Yuan was impressed by Li Jinshi's effort and shocking progress. "Unfortunately, if we continue any further, we might really destroy this mountain. Jinshi, it's about time you snap out of it." Yuan activated Dragon's Gaze the next moment, shaking Li Jinshi's soul directly thud. Li Jinshi immediately collapsed on the ground. No matter how strong her body was, her soul was still prone to spiritual attacks. However, she quickly recovered and woke up a few seconds later. "Ugh! What just happened?" She slowly got back to her feet, looking confused. "Are you finally awake? Look around you," Yuan said to her. "See, this is..." Li Jinshi swallowed nervously after seeing the destroyed training ground. She can already imagine being punished by Leah for this. "Ah, what the hell happened to the training ground?" Another voice resounded the very next moment. Yuan turned to look at one of the balconies, where Wang Ming stood with a terrified look on his face. Sorry, we got carried away during our spar, Yuan explained with an apologetic smile. More and more of the Demon Ceiling faction members started appearing on their balcony to see what the commotion was about. Oh my God, Senior Leah will tear us to shreds once she sees this. Shilang was on the verge of tears. Don't worry, I will speak with her and bear all responsibility, Yuan said with a guilty smile. He turned to look at Li Jinshi and continued. I am very impressed by your improvements, Jinshi. You must have been training very hard. Tea, thank you. Despite his words, Yuan couldn't help but notice the drastic change in her movements and fighting style. It felt as if he were facing an entirely different person. It must be Jinshi's influence. Is she aware? Or, Yuan wondered inwardly. This content is taken from Free Webnov. Come Chapter 1085, Yan Xiaoxiao's Interview. Chapter 1085, Yan Xiaoxiao's Interview. 1485, Yan Xiaoxiao's Interview. Sometime after Yuan ended his sparring session with Li Jinsi, he approached Yan Xiaoxiao, who was trembling from excitement. It's an honor to meet you finally, player, Yuan, Yan Xiaoxiao loudly declared. Yuan smiled and said, but we already met during the faction war, and you can just call me Yuan. That doesn't count since I was working. You're not working now? No, this interview is for my own entertainment, so I'm not doing it for work or anything like that. Yuan nodded. That's good. Then how would you like to do this interview? If you don't mind, I would like to get a glimpse into the daily life of every member of the Demon Ceiling faction, so this will be a 3-day process, 4 days at most. Yan Xiaoxiao said, I don't mind, but I'm afraid you'll be disappointed by our daily life. We don't really do anything besides training and cultivating. That's completely fine. I'm sure that even a 10-second video of you walking in the hallway would be entertaining. Yuan chuckled. In that case, you should follow Maifeng. She's the most active here. He turned to look at Maifeng and asked, Do you mind? No, I don't. Great. Then let's immediately start. Yan Xiaoxiao retrieved her camera, which was supported by an adjustable handheld rod, and began her filming. I'm going to prepare breakfast for everyone now, Maifeng said. Yuan nodded and said, Miss Yan, if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask Maifeng, okay, and just call me Xiaoxiao, please. He nodded. Then I'll go speak with Leah. In fact, she's already making her way to us as we speak. He left the scene shortly after. Who is this Leah? Yan Xiaoxiao asked as she followed Maifeng into the mansion. She's the manager of this Dragon Spiral Mountain. So she gets to decide who gets to live on this mountain or not. I'm not sure about that. We can ask her later. While Yan Xiaoxiao filmed Maifeng preparing breakfast for the Demon Ceiling faction, Yuan watched Leah, who wore a stern expression on her face, approach their mansion. You, she shouted angrily. Do you have any idea what time it is? The sun is barely out, and you're already causing a ruckus, disturbing the entire mountain. My phone's blowing up with complaints because of you. Sorry, I got a little excited during a spar. It won't happen again. That's what you guys always say, but it keeps on happening. If not for the Lord, you guys would have been kicked out of this mountain ages ago. Really? It won't happen again. I'll create a formation around our place to contain any disturbance. It'll be like we don't even exist. Leah sucked her teeth in response. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Did you do something yesterday? What do you mean? Yuan raised an eyebrow. The Lord's been giggling like a child non-stop since I returned last night. Oh, that? I told him that I was the immortal monarch's reincarnation. You? What? Why are you surprised? It was bound to happen. What made you expose your secret so suddenly? Leah then asked. After everything he's done for this world, he deserves to know. I'm surprised you didn't tell him yourself. I was sure you'd tell him. What kind of person do you think I am? Leah stared at him with a deep frown on her beautiful face. The type to tell the Lord everything? Yuan answered truthfully. Then you don't know me at all. I'm willing to learn if you're willing to teach me, he said with a gentle smile. Leah's face slightly flushed after hearing his words. Whatever I'm leaving, if I receive another complaint about this place after today, I will kick you out of this mountain, immortal monarch or not. Sorry for the trouble after Leah left, Yuning said, Young master, do you need my help with the formation? I can also create a formation to restore the damages. He nodded. You're a lifesaver. Sometime later, Yuning took control of his body to create 2 formations. One formation isolated the Demon Sealing faction's area from the rest of the mountain, essentially moving them to a different dimension, without moving the actual place. As long as they were within this formation, they would not disturb the neighbors even if they sparred with their full strength. The second formation restored the destroyed training ground and will even automatically repair any future damages done to their land. I've said this before, but there are a lot of convenient formations out there. I should return to studying arrays soon, Yuan muttered afterward. Should I teach you? I don't want to sound boastful, but I was one of the best array masters in my time, Yuning said. Then I won't be humble and will take you up on your offer, Yuan responded. Meanwhile, inside the kitchen. Wow, you're really amazing, Madame Meifeng. You're cooking a whole feast by yourself, and you're making it look effortless. Do you do this every day for every meal? No, this is a special occasion. I usually cook only when requested, since everyone has their own schedule, and most of them spend their time inside Cultivation Online. How long have you been a member of the Demon Sealing faction? It's almost been a year, I guess. Why did you decide to join the Demon Sealing faction? Well, I was already working for Yuan when he was still Yu Tian at the Yu family. And my daughter is here too. Eh? Your daughter is also here? 10, 18, 18. Yes, her name's Mixiu. Sometime later, the members of the Demon Sealing faction gathered in the dining room for breakfast. We seem to be missing one member. Yan Xiaoxiao quickly noticed this. That would be Chu Luxiang. She typically sleeps until noon, Yuan explained. I can't believe she slept through that commotion this morning. I envy her ability to sleep so soundly. Wang Shuying sighed. You should join us. I made your portion too, Meifeng said to Yan Xiaoxiao. Thank you. Yan Xiaoxiao didn't hesitate to join them. After breakfast, Yan Xiaoxiao continued her interview with Meifeng. Follow current novels on Free Web Novel Chapter 1486, Yan Xiaoxiao's Interview 2 1486, Yan Xiaoxiao's Interview 2 1486, Yan Xiaoxiao's Interview 2, Miss Meifeng, what do you typically do on a daily basis? Yan Xiaoxiao asked as Meifeng cleaned the dishes. I have 2 primary roles in the Demon Sealing faction. First and foremost, I am a maid, so I deal with all the chores first. My second role is being the manager of the faction, so I am responsible for any requests or inquiries sent to the faction. My chores usually consist of preparing food, cleaning the hallways and rooms, and washing their clothes. It's really simple and barely requires any effort. For my duties as the manager of the faction, I check all of the emails and keep myself updated on all faction-related trends. With the rest of my spare time, I simply cultivate and train my techniques. What kind of weapon do you specialize in? Yan Xiaoxiao then asked. I'm currently training with the spear mainly, but I'm also trying out other weapons. What is your cultivation at right now? I have the lowest cultivation in our faction, being only at the 7th level of Spirit Master. In a few words, can you give me a description of your feelings for the Demon Sealing faction? Meifeng showed a slight smile before responding. It's a small and peaceful place, one that I can truly call home. Thank you. Yan Xiaoxiao continued to follow Meifeng for another hour before moving to the next member. Can you give us a brief introduction about yourself? What kind of weapon do you use? I'm Shi Lang, and I came from the Jaded Garden. My primary weapon is the spear. Jaded Garden? I have never heard of this place before. Well, it's a very seclusive place. Why did you join the Demon Sealing faction? When Yuan needed 10 people to create his faction, we decided to help him. We? Yes. 7 of us came from the same place. What is your relationship with Yuan? We're good friends and rivals at the same time. Of course, none of us actually think we will ever catch up to him, but nonetheless it still motivates us to train harder. What do you typically do besides training? Nothing, really. If we're not training here, we're training in Cultivation Online. Of course, there are special occasions like the recent faction war. Speaking of the faction war, you've done a great job defeating so many players by yourself. I could tell that you were holding back, but exactly how much were you holding back? This might sound like nonsense, but I was only using about 30% of my full strength. Only 30%? Yes, it would be bad if I accidentally hurt, or worse, killed one of them by accident. I may sound arrogant for saying this, but only very few people in this world can handle me at my full strength, and most of them live on this mountain. Yan Xiaoxiao continued to ask several more questions, such as his hobbies and favorite food. Since the training ground had been fixed, Xi Lang proceeded to show off some of his skills for the interview. He used this opportunity to back up his previous claim that he only used 30% of his strength during the faction war. Heavens! How did they repair this place so quickly? Yan Xiaoxiao muttered in a dazed voice when she saw the scene. There were already people sparring on the training ground, and they were all using most of their strength. "Are you guys trying to destroy this place again so soon?" Xi Lang called out to them. "What? You haven't been notified?" "We won't disturb the neighbors or destroy this place even if we use all of our strength after Yuan created a formation around our place," Wang Ming said to demonstrate. He swung his sword at the ground, creating a large slit in the ground. However, as though time was being reversed, the slit in the ground quickly returned to its original state, as if it was never damaged. "That guy is really capable of everything, huh?" Xi Lang chuckled. "Hey, Xi Lang, let's spar." Wu Zhao suddenly approached him. "Sure?" Xi Lang didn't think much of it, and agreed. "I will go all out from the beginning. Don't say I didn't warn you," Wu Zhao said. Yan Xiaoxiao backed away and stood in a safe distance as she filmed their sparring session. Wow. He wasn't joking when he said that he was only using 30% of his strength during the faction war. If he'd fought like this back then, he would have easily defeated 5,000, even half of the players from the fiery locust swarm by himself. The same goes for the fan-wielding Wu Zhao. He was clearly holding back the majority of his strength during the faction war. Are the rest of the members like this too? If that's the case, the Demon Sealing faction is much stronger than anyone could have anticipated. Sometime later, after their spar ended with Wu Zhao being victorious, Yan Xiaoxiao began her interview with Wu Zhao. "It's always been my dream to meet you, Fairy Yan," Wu Zhao greeted her with a handsome smile. "Hello, you are Wu Zhao, correct?" "Indeed, and I cannot be any happier knowing that Fairy Yan is aware of my insignificant existence. Stop being creepy, Wu Zhao. You're ruining the atmosphere," someone from the training ground suddenly shouted. "Which bastard just said that? I dare you to say that to my face." Wu Zhao snapped his head in the direction of the voice. "I said that. A beautiful figure approached him. Ugh!" Wu Zhao made a weird expression when he identified the person approaching him as Li Jinshi. "If you have a problem with that, how about a spar with me?" No problem. I have no problem at all." Wu Zhao cleared his throat and looked at Yan Xiaoxiao, feeling incredibly awkward. "Sorry you had to witness that." Yan Xiaoxiao nodded and proceeded to ask him, "Are you also from the Jaded Garden?" "Yes, I am. Read Addist chapters at frereweebnovel.com, only chapter 1487, Yan Xiaoxiao's interview 3. Follow current novels on Freeway B Novel Co. Chapter 1487, Yan Xiaoxiao's interview 3. I heard from Xi Lang that your reason for joining the Demon Sealing faction was because Yuan needed 10 members to create the faction. But what is keeping you here?" Yan Xiaoxiao asked. "That's simple. Although those who aren't by his side won't understand this, Yuan has this certain charm that beckons those around him to follow him. I am following him because I am intrigued by his very existence. I want to see his limit and what he'll achieve in the future, of course. Following him also has many benefits that I cannot deny," Wu Zhao said with a calm expression. Although it was initially his family who ordered him to follow Yuan, he eventually chose to follow Yuan of his own accord after realizing how interesting Yuan's existence was. "What are some of these benefits that you speak of?" For one, we're all growing much faster than if we'd remained in the jaded garden. He also has access to an unfathomable amount of resources that would shock the world if revealed," Wu Zhao said, purposefully teasing those who will be watching this interview in the future. Despite Yuan's vast wealth and powerful resources, none of them from the jaded garden asked him for anything, nor do they have any intention of doing so in the future. They didn't follow Yuan for his resources, so they saw no reason to request any. Of course, if Yuan offered them resources on his own accord, they wouldn't refuse. "How satisfied are you with your performance during the faction war?" Yan Xiao asked a moment later. "It was average, I guess. If I weren't so worried about hurting those weaklings, I would have wiped them all out by myself." Is that so? Then what do you typically do when you're not training?" "I surf the internet and watch music videos, mainly yours," Wu Zhao replied with a slightly bashful smile. "Thank you for your support," Yan Xiao responded exactly how an idol would respond to a fan, with a beaming smile that could charm even heaven itself. Wu Zhao nearly had a heart attack and quickly said, "While we're on this subject, would you mind giving me your autograph later?" "Of course." Sometime later, Yan Xiao approached Wang Bingbing for her interview. "Hello, can you tell me a little about yourself and your background?" "I am Wang Bingbing, and I came from the Jaded Garden with my younger brother. I wield the sword. This Jaded Garden is a seclusive place, correct? Are you sure it's okay to talk about it so openly? Many people will see this interview." Yan Xiao asked. "It's fine. It used to be secluded because of certain circumstances, but we no longer need to hide ourselves," Wang Bingbing said. "You joined the Demon Sealing faction because Yuan needed 10 people to create the faction, correct? Do you plan on leaving anything soon?" "That is correct, but I do not have any plan to leave this place, nor do I want to. It's very fun living with everyone like one big family, and I learn a lot of things from those around me, especially Yuan. Don't be fooled by his innocent and young appearance. He may seem young, but he knows more than the elders at my family, and he's the strongest person I know." "I see. What do you typically do when you're not training or playing Cultivation Online?" "I spend that time reading books, mostly martial arts novels." "How far have you progressed in Cultivation Online?" "How does one evaluate their progress?" Wang Bingbing asked. "Your cultivation and current realm, I suppose?" "Oh, then I am at the peak of Spirit Grand Master, and currently within the second heaven." "Huh? You're still at second heaven? I thought you would be with Yuan in the fourth heaven. We may be in the same faction, but we have our own adventure and path. I am a core disciple at a certain sect, so I cannot leave as I want. However, I will be leaving soon to ascend. The same goes for the others." "I see. What do you think about Yuan as the faction's leader? Do you think there is anything he needs to improve?" Wang Bingbing chuckled and said, "Even though he's the leader, he doesn't act like one, which is what I consider his biggest fault. Other than that, he's very reliable and caring. He might be a little sadistic during training at times, but it's not a bad thing since we're growing tremendously from it." Yan Xiao moved on to the next member sometime later. Munuv.com. "Hello, my name is Wang Ming. You must be Wang Bingbing's younger brother." "That's right. You weren't at the faction war, the Demon Sealing faction's debut. Why was that?" Wang Ming sighed. "I was inside Cultivation Online at that time. So were the others, so we didn't know about it until it had already ended. What about the next faction war?" "The Demon Sealing faction has declared war on the fiery garden of hell. Will you be participating in that one?" "No, I won't." "The others also won't be participating." "Huh? Why is that?" "Because Yuan wants to deal with them alone." Wang Ming casually shrugged. Seriously?" Yan Xiao's eyes widened with surprise at this information. "Yup. And you believe he'll be able to do that alone? The fiery garden of hell has over 500,000 members. That's over 10 times what the fiery locust swarm has. I believe nothing is impossible for Yuan. Numbers and talents are meaningless before him." If I had to describe him with one word, it'd be monster. And what do you think about Yuan as a leader, Wang Ming pondered for a moment before responding. He doesn't behave like a leader, but he's definitely qualified as one and a good leader. As everyone knows, they can rely on him during times of need. If he says he'll do something, it will happen. And that is what's most important to me. I see Yan Xiaoxiao nodded and continued asking questions. Chapter 1-2 over, 100 form, 1 throw 88, sudden visit. 1488, sudden visit. After her interview with Wang Ming, Yan Xiaoxiao took a break and ate lunch with the Demon Sealing faction. Just as Meifeng started serving the food, Chu Luxiang appeared in the dining room. "Oh, you must be our interviewer. Nice to meet you. I'm Chu Luxiang." Yan Xiaoxiao looked at Chu Luxiang with raised eyebrows. She hadn't really put any thought into it before, but after seeing Chu Luxiang's face, she found the name extremely familiar. "Ah, I remember now. You're the Chu family's young lady. How are your parents? They've helped me plenty with my career. They also live on this mountain, right? I should give them a visit later." The Chu family, Chu Luxiang, made a weird expression after being reminded of them. It has been a while since she left the Chu family. She had been expecting their retaliation for some time now for crippling Chu Shijian, but to her surprise they hadn't tried to do anything to Yuan or the Demon Sealing faction. "Actually, I've left the Chu family due to some circumstances, and it's been a while since I left, so I don't know about their situation." She shook her head. Is that so?" Despite her curiosity, Yan Xiaoxiao refrained from questioning any further and stopped talking altogether. "The Chu family, huh?" Yuan sighed inwardly. "I was still immature back then. Although they showed hostility toward me, it was mostly due to a misunderstanding. Due to my inability to settle things properly, Lulu had to leave her family on bad terms." Yuan wondered if he should also visit the Chu family again to see if he could rectify their bad relationship. Since the Chu family hadn't attempted to take revenge for that incident, it meant they were still redeemable. The Qi family as well. I wonder how they're doing nowadays, since Yuan had to figure out how to leave the Shadow Realm with his life intact. He wasn't in a hurry to return to Cultivation Online. That spirit is definitely waiting for my return. Without Heaven's supremacy, there was simply no way for him to defeat the Sword Spirit, even with his experience as the evil god. The Sword Spirit didn't leave the giant's sword even once when attacked me. Perhaps she cannot separate from it, because she's its spirit. In that case, I might be able to escape. Yuan spent the rest of the meal in silence, pondering ways to escape from the Sword Spirit and Vanishing Valleys safely. Vedmov. Why, this is too sudden. After being reminded of their existence, I can't help but recall that incident. If I had handled things better, we might have been able to talk things out with your family. In the end, I crippled your father's cultivation because of a mere misunderstanding." Chu Luxiang fell silent. A moment later she sighed. "Other than their decision to suddenly marry me into the Qin family, they've treated me like any ordinary parents would. My annoying siblings aside, my parents never hated me. Honestly, the way I left the Chu family had left a bitter taste in my mouth that would occasionally return every time I think about them. But what can we do at this point? I doubt we can rectify things after so much has happened. You won't know until you try." After another moment of silence, Chu Luxiang nodded with a resolute expression. "All right, let's give them a visit." "I'm also curious about how things ended up with the Qin family after that. When do you want to visit them?" "We can do it now, since we have plenty of time. What about the interview?" "She'll be here for a few days, so we have time, okay. I'll notify Meifeng of our plans first, then I will wait for you out front." While Chu Luxiang returned to her room to prepare, Yuan went to find Meifeng. "You're going to meet the Chu family now? This is quite sudden." "I know, then I'll let Yan Xiaoxiao know. Do you know when you'll be back?" "It shouldn't take too long. We should be back by tonight. Stay safe, Yuan." The Chu family has been facing some difficulties for some time now. Yuan raised an eyebrow at this information and asked, "What kind of difficulties?" I don't know the details, but their family head is constantly sick nowadays. Due to his frequent absence, they're being heavily pressured by their competitors, and their overall influence has fallen significantly. Their family head should be Chu Shijian, correct? Correct. Yuan had a feeling that this sickness was related to his cultivation being crippled. I understand. Thank you for the information. Mei Feng, sometime later, he met up with Chu Liuxiang outside their residence and made their way up the mountain together. As they walked, Yuan talked about the Chu family's troubles. To think the Chu family would be suffering in such a manner, I could have never imagined such a thing happening before. Chu Liuxiang sighed out loud after learning this information. She continued, "This is probably the Qin family's doing, too." The Chu family have been fighting with the Qin family for decades, correct? Yuan asked. That's right. I don't know the details, but they've always been on bad terms with each other. Things were about to get out of hand, so the two families came together and made a decision to change things around before things got bloody. Marrying me into the Qin family would have resulted in said change, but alas. I don't know what happened to the Qin family after I left, but they must be upset, especially their eldest, who really fancied me back then, always sending me gifts and stuff. As they approached the Chu family's residence, Yuan could see a figure standing by the gates. Sebastian Chu Liuxiang muttered in a low voice after seeing his familiar face. Chapter 1489, Chu Family's Downfall. Chapter 1489, Chu Family's Downfall. 1489, Chu Family's Downfall. I doubt this is a coincidence, Yuan said after seeing Sebastian waiting by the gate. Oh, I called him right before leaving, so they know we're visiting. Chu Liuxiang quickly explained. Should I not have done that? You did the right thing. I didn't have his contact information, so I wouldn't have been able to contact him even if I had wanted to. This is much better than hoping they accept us at the front gate. When they arrived, Sebastian bowed to them in a respectful manner. This humble servant greets the young lady and the young master. We'd like to visit the Chu family. Would that be a problem? Yuan inquired. No, there is no problem at all. The master is expecting your arrival inside. Sebastian opened the gate and gestured for them to enter the vehicle parked right inside. Once they were seated, Sebastian drove the vehicle toward the mansion. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was awkward and silent. Chu Liuxiang looked like she wanted to speak, but didn't know how to start the conversation. Seeing her fidgety movements, Sebastian broke the silence with a question. Young lady, how have you been? I hope you've been living a healthy and happy life outside the Chu family. Chu Liuxiang nodded. I've been doing great with Yuan and everyone at the Demon Sealing faction. What about you, Sebastian? The same as usual is what I would like to say, but without you there I've been reassigned to be your brother's, the young master's butler. Are they causing you any trouble? They can be a handful from time to time, but so were you, young lady. Is that so? The vehicle became silent again for another moment before Chu Liuxiang asked, I heard the Chu family has been having troubles lately? Is it the Qin family's doing? Sebastian didn't immediately respond this time, and even looked hesitant. I will find out the answer even if you don't tell me, you know. Chu Liuxiang gave him a slight push. Sebastian sighed and said, The master told me to keep this a secret from you, even if you asked, but because you had left the family, your marriage with the Qin family's eldest son had to be cancelled. Apparently, the Qin family had prepared a lot for the marriage, and even announced it to many people, causing them to be humiliated. Since then, the Qin family has been coming at our Chu family like wild beasts. They're also receiving help from someone from the 10 great families, making them even more difficult to deal with. Even if the Qin family is supported by the 10 great families, there's no way the Chu family could have fallen so low so quickly. Sebastian shook his head and explained. The Chu family has been declining even before we adopted you, young lady. It just wasn't apparent from the surface. Meanwhile, the Qin family continued to grow. Even without external help, they could have bankrupted us within a decade. This is why the masters agreed to marry you into the Qin family. They were essentially blackmailed into doing so. Of course, they were too prideful to tell you the truth. No way, Chu Liuxiang wore a look of disbelief on her face. She turned to look at Yuan, who silently sat beside her with a pondering expression on his face. "You don't need to feel guilty about it, young lady. Even if they were pressured to marry you off to the Qin family, they shouldn't have obeyed without any resistance, so the masters are still in the wrong." Chu Liushang lowered her head and sighed. Yuan then spoke. "Honestly, I expected the Chu family to take revenge for what I did. Why aren't they doing anything?" "There are two reasons. One, we've been too busy dealing with the Qin family to even care about something like revenge. Secondly, the Qi family warned us never to touch you and to forget about taking revenge." "I see. Are you guys still in touch with the Qi family?" "No, they've been quite silent since the warning." Sometime later, they arrived at the Chu family's living quarters. "I will bring you to the master now," Sebastian said as he led them inside the building. As they walked through the hallways, Chu Liushang noticed how empty they were. When she was still living there, over a dozen housemaids constantly cleaned the building, but there hadn't been a single one since they entered it minutes ago. The windows and walls were dusty, and there was less furniture in the hallway, not to mention the artwork. Chu Liushang was shocked, to say the least, after seeing how far the Chu family had fallen in just a year. "What on earth happened to fall this much in so little time doesn't make any sense," she cried inwardly. They stopped in front of a certain closed room some time later. Freeben Reiko, Sebastian, knocked on the door and said, "Master Chu Liushang and Yuan have arrived." "Let them in," a weak voice responded a second later. Sebastian opened for them and gestured for them to enter without entering the room himself. "I will stay out here," he said. Chu Liushang nodded and entered the room, followed by Yuan. "Father?" Chu Liuxiang's eyes widened with shock when she saw Chu Shijian's appearance. He was sitting on the bed with a pale complexion. His eyes, which once shone with pride and strength, now appeared dull and lifeless. He had also become very thin, resembling a sick patient. Compared to a year ago, he looked like an entirely different person. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly at Chu Shijian's appearance. Even with his dantian crippled, it wouldn't account for such a drastic transformation. There had to be another reason for his sickly appearance. "I never thought you'd come back." Chu Shijian spoke with a bittersweet smile on his face. "I'm glad to see you looking healthy. Unfortunately, I have to greet you in such a pathetic state." Chu Liuxiang was utterly speechless. Chapter 1490, Chu Shijian. Chapter 1490, Chu Shijian. 1490 Chu Shijian. Seeing Chu Shijian's state, Chu Liuxiang subconsciously turned to look at Yuan, with a weird expression that seemed to ask if destroying his dantian had caused this. Chu Shijian saw right through Chu Liuxiang's worry and said, "This has nothing to do with him destroying my dantian. I was living healthy until recently, around the time Cultivation Online had its system update." "Do you have any idea what might have caused this?" Chu Liuxiang inquired. Chu Shijian shook his head and sighed. "I have spent a fortune on the best doctors in the world, but none of them were able to identify the cause of my sickness." Yuan stepped forward and said, "Let me inspect your body for a moment." Chu Shijian looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes and asked, "Why? Why have you come? If you're here just to mock me, what would I get from doing that? Just give me your hand." Yuan extended his own hand and beckoned. With nothing to lose, Chu Shijian offered his hand to Yuan for inspection. A few moments later, Yuan said, "You've been poisoned." "What? Chu Liuxiang?" And Chu Shijian exclaimed in a shocked voice, "How can you possibly tell when nobody else could?" Chu Shijian questioned, doubting his credibility. "I don't know the exact poison used, but it flows through your meridians and is slowly killing you. Unless you have sufficient cultivation, even the best doctors in the world wouldn't be able to detect it. It most likely came from Cultivation Online, since you became sick after the system update." "No way." Chu Shijian wore a look of disbelief on his face. When could he have been poisoned? He could count the number of times he left his residence on one hand after his cultivation had been crippled. He also couldn't recall any opportunity for someone to have poisoned him after the system update. "Yuan, do you think the poison can be treated?" Chu Liuxiang asked him with a worried face. Honestly, I don't know, but I know someone who might. Chu Liuxiang pondered who this person might be for a moment. Wang Shuying? She's a pill expert who studied in the field of medicine. Yuan nodded. Yes, she might know something. I'll call her over now. He retrieved his cell phone and called Wang Shuying. Hey, Shuying, it's me. I have a quick question. Do you know anything about poison? Of course. Why do you ask? Can you come to the Chu family? Someone here has been poisoned, and I need your expertise. Sure. I'll be there as soon as possible. Thanks. He hung up and turned to look at Chu Shijian. Why are you helping me? Chu Shijian asked before Yuan could even open his mouth to speak. The same reason why I'm visiting. I want to see if we can rectify our mistakes. Mistakes? Yuan nodded and continued. I heard from the butler that it was the Qin family who pressured you into giving away Chu Liuxiang. Is that correct? Chu Shijian's eyebrows twitched at his words and cursed in a low voice. That damned Sebastian! I specifically told him to keep it a secret. Why would you hide something as important as this from me? Chu Liuxiang suddenly exclaimed. Is your pride really worth that much? If you had told us the truth, we wouldn't have needed to fight. Unsure how to respond, Chu Shijian could only remain silent, his head lowered in a shameful manner. Father, it's better to be late than never. Please tell us the truth. You still see me as your father, huh? A bittersweet smile appeared on his face. After a moment of silence, he said, Yes, it's true. It was the Qin family who approached us first. They suggested ending our feud through marriage. Of course I refused at first, however. That's when they started threatening to bankrupt our businesses. I don't know if you're aware, but our Chu family has been declining long before we adopted you. The Qin family showed us solid proof of their current prowess and influence, and it was more than enough to force us out of business within a decade if nothing is done. To make matters worse, they managed to receive support from the 10 great families, from the Walker's family and Gu family. Walker's and Gu Yuan narrowed his eyes upon hearing these 2 familiar names. Fiery Queen belongs to the Walker's family. As for the Gu family, why do I keep running into people with their surname? How many times have I encountered them by now? Are we destined to clash with each other constantly? Anyways, due to the pressure, I surrendered without even a fight, and I have been loathing myself for that ever since. This caused me great stress to the point where I couldn't even think properly during your visit. Chu Shijian looked at Yuan. I was rash and irrational, which led to the misunderstanding of you killing Chu Liuxiang's master and our fight. I know it's late, but I deeply apologize for that. Qi Fang explained the situation to me afterward. Yuan shook his head and said, I also hold some blame for that incident. I was still immature and hot-headed back then. If I had just explained the situation instead of being hell-bent on delivering justice, we could have ended it without fighting. If I were in your shoes, I would have probably done the same thing if I thought you'd killed someone important to me. Unfortunately, my head was too full of anger to think properly, and I'd even crippled your cultivation out of anger. Chu Shijian was speechless. He didn't think Yuan would actually apologize for his actions. Compared to his last visit, he's like an entirely different person. Even the atmosphere around him is different. Chu Shijian could sense a dignified aura around Yuan, feeling almost as though he was before an exalted expert. As an apology, I will try to do something about your crippled dantian and help you restore your cultivation. Yuan suddenly said, What did you just say? My dantian can be healed? Chu Shijian didn't dare to believe his ears, his eyes wide with shock. Chapter 1491 Basilisk's Tear. Chapter 1491 Basilisk's Tear. In Chu Shijian's doubtful face, Yuan nodded. Yes, it's possible. There are spiritual medicines and elixirs that can heal destroyed dantians. They're a little rare, but they definitely exist. If you can restore my cultivation, I will forever be grateful. I am ready to take responsibility and pay for the treasure, Chu Shijian hastily said, his voice filled with a newfound determination. Yuan raised an eyebrow and said, Grateful, even if I restored your cultivation, I am still responsible for destroying it in the first place. I also blamed you at first, but as I calmed down and realized my shortcomings, I came to realize that I also bore responsibility for my actions. I no longer blame you and consider it a punishment for my failure as a father." Chu Shijian sighed in a dejected manner. Yuan nodded and said, "As for the payment, consider it already fully paid." "Huh, what do you mean?" "You can consider it as an early betrothal gift," he calmly explained. "Betrothal gift?" Chu Liuxiang stared at him with wide eyes, her face filled with a mix of shock and anticipation. Yuan looked at her with a slight smile and asked, "What? You want to remain as a mere girlfriend forever?" Chu Liuxiang's face flushed with redness after hearing his words. Although no words came out of her mouth, she shook her head in a bashful manner. "If that's what you've decided, I will humbly accept it." Chu Shijian nodded in a dazed manner. "Anyway, tell me about the Qin family. What have they been doing since the incident, and how have you been dealing with them?" Yuan inquired a moment later. "Well, they were definitely not happy when I told them that the marriage had to be delayed due to Chu Liuxiang's sudden departure. Of course, I didn't reveal the fact that she'd left the family and only gave an excuse for her absence, hoping to delay our inevitable downfall. However, after a mere week or so, they somehow managed to find out the truth, including the fact that I'd lost my cultivation, which was a heavily guarded secret. Since then, they've been attacking our businesses relentlessly, especially our business within Cultivation Online. Since our laws do not apply there, they've been going rampant in that world." Yuan pondered this information for a moment before asking, "Who knew your cultivation was crippled?" "Besides those who were there to witness it, all of my wives are aware of it. So there's a good chance that one of them has betrayed the Chu family, huh?" "What?" "No, I refuse to believe that my wives would betray me. It must have been the others. There were others who witnessed our fight. We can figure that sort of stuff later, after we deal with your poison," Yuan said as he answered his phone. "You're outside? You can just fly inside. Okay, then I'll see you in a bit." After the call ended, Yuan went out of the room and notified Sebastian of their new guest. "I understand. I will bring her to you." Sebastian didn't question him and immediately left to wait for Wang Shuying's arrival outside their building. Sometime later, Wang Shuying entered the room with Yuan and the others. She turned to look at Chu Shijian and said, "You must be the patient." Wang Shuying didn't wait around and immediately went to inspect Chu Shijian's condition. Wang Shuying hummed with her eyes closed. Chu Shijian swallowed nervously, and he anxiously waited for her diagnosis. A few moments later, Wang Shuying released Chu Shijian's hand. "How is my father?" Chu Liuxiang asked. "He's poisoned, all right. Do you know what caused it? And can you do something about it?" Yuan asked. She nodded. "Yes, it should be the basilisk's tear, an uncommon and effective poison that is hard to detect. Once consumed, the poison takes root within the person's dantian, slowly killing the person over time. This poison is only effective against mortals and those with low cultivation. While this poison can be easily dealt with in the 9 heavens, I doubt there are many people on Earth with the capabilities to diagnose it, much less cure it." You can cure it, right?" Chu Shijian asked in a trembling voice. "Of course. Who do you think I am?" Wang Shuying puffed her chest in a prideful manner. "Thank the heavens." Chu Shijian sighed deeply, and even teared up after hearing her response. "With that being said, I do not have the materials on me right now, so I have to return to Cultivation Online to concoct the antidote. It shouldn't take long, though. I can have it ready in a few hours. You can use our device to enter Cultivation Online to save some time," Chu Shijian said. "Okay, let's do that." Sebastian was called into the room shortly after. "Sebastian, prepare a room and a device for her to enter Cultivation Online." Chu Shijian instructed him. "Yes, master. I'll watch over her. You can stay here and continue chatting with your father," Yuan said to Chu Liuxiang, who quietly nodded. Yuan left with Wang Shuying and Sebastian, leaving Chu Liuxiang alone with Chu Shijian. It was incredibly awkward at first, with neither of them uttering a word for several minutes. Eventually, Chu Liuxiang spoke. I apologize for leaving the family in such a manner, Father. However, I do not regret it. To live with Yuan like a family, I have been living my dream." Chu Shijian smiled and said, "You do not need to apologize. If anything, I should be the one apologizing, for I have failed as a father. I placed our family's wealth and business over your well-being and happiness, hurting you in the process. You have chosen a fine partner, Liu Shang." I would smile and feel relieved whenever I saw Yuan being mentioned on the news. To think such a capable man is taking care of my daughter. I cannot be any happier. Father, Chu Liuxiang muttered, seemingly on the verge of tears. Chapter 1492 Spirit Healing Academy. Chapter 1492 Spirit Healing Academy. Once the room and device were prepared, Wang Shuying lay on the bed with Yuan sitting beside her. "I will watch over you until you return," he said with a calm smile. Realizing that she'd be essentially sleeping with Yuan by her side, Wang Shuying immediately became flustered. Seeing this, Yuan chuckled and teased, "Are you worried that I might do something weird while you're inside?" However, to his surprise, Wang Shuying said, "Try not to wake me up if you do, since I will be doing alchemy." Yuan's eyes widened with surprise after hearing her unexpected response, but before he could even say anything else, Wang Shuying entered Cultivation Online. Once inside Cultivation Online, Wang Shuying took a minute to calm herself before she went to collect the ingredients needed for the antidote. Since the antidote required a few rare ingredients she didn't have at hand, she had to head to the medicine hall, which was located at the outer court. Wang Shuying was a core disciple at the Spirit Healing Academy, one of the top sects within Spirit Heaven and the #1 alchemy sect. Although it's only been about 2 short years since she joined the sect, Wang Shuying managed to rise to the top and become a core disciple. Her talents were considered the best in the sect, surpassing that even of their sect master. While even the most talented disciples require months of memorizing ingredients before they can even start learning about alchemy, Wang Shuying began concocting pills after just a week in the sect. The speed at which she memorized ingredients and medicine-related information was simply unheard of and terrifying. Once an alchemist is capable of concocting a Tier 1 pill with over 60% purity, they are automatically considered a pill disciple. They will remain a pill disciple until they can concoct Tier 3 pills with over 60% purity. Once such a feat is achieved, they will be considered a pill expert, and it usually requires years of experience to achieve the status of pill expert, with many failing to do that in their entire life. Those who are capable of becoming a pill expert typically require 15 to 20 years of experience, while the more talented ones only require around 10 years. An alchemy genius could achieve that in half the time with less effort. Meanwhile, Wang Shuying managed to become a pill expert in under a year, achieving a record in the Spirit Healing Academy. Her talents were so rare and jaw-dropping that the sect master of the Spirit Healing Academy wanted to accept her as a disciple and nurture her as the future sect master. However, this would require Wang Shuying to remain in the sect for longer than she wanted, so she refused the position. Naturally, the sect master was upset about Wang Shuying's refusal to become the next sect master, but she didn't try to force Wang Shuying to stay, and even offered to have someone from the third heaven help her ascend to join a better sect in the future. As Wang Shuying flew to the medicine hall on her flying treasure, she thought to herself, "I have learned everything this sect could teach me and will become a pill master in a few months, even if I leave the sect right now. I guess it's about time I make my way to the third heaven soon." When the disciples outside the medicine hall noticed Wang Shuying's arrival, they quickly approached her with respectful smiles and bowed to her. "Good evening, Senior Apprentice Sister Wang. How's your alchemy been progressing? Can you concoct Tier 4 pills yet?" "Senior Apprentice Sister Wang, I have a question regarding alchemy." Wang Shuying was bombarded with questions, especially alchemy-related questions. Due to her experience and knowledge surpassing even most sect elders, she would often give lectures to the disciples. "Sorry, everyone, but I am in the middle of an urgent business. If you have any questions, I will be more than happy to hear them during my next lecture, which will happen at the usual location in a week." Wang Shuying apologized to the disciples before rushing into the medicine hall, a tall building with 10 floors. She stopped on the 7th floor and approached one of the available workers there. "Good evening, Healer Wang. How can the medicine hall assist you today?" The worker treated her as though she was a sect elder. Wang Shuying handed a list of ingredients to the worker and said, "I need these as soon as possible." The worker didn't even glance at the list of ingredients and nodded. "Of course, please give me a moment to prepare the ingredients." As a core disciple, Wang Shuying had near unlimited access to the ingredients as long as they weren't too rare and she wasn't being unreasonable with the amount. Furthermore, she was assisting the sect in producing pills exclusive to the Spirit Healing Academy, which were sold outside the sect. This allowed her to have more access than other core disciples, including many sect elders. While Wang Shuying waited for the ingredients, she noticed someone was approaching her from behind. Turning around, she was greeted by a beautiful woman. Elder Mu Wang Shuying greeted the sect elder, who was responsible for her when she first joined the sect. "It's been a while since I last saw you outside your peak. What are you up to this time? Why are you making it sound like I'm always causing trouble?" Wang Shuying chuckled. "Aren't you always, though?" Wang Shuying shook her head with a smile and continued, "I'm getting ingredients for the basilisk's tear antidote." "What? Basilisk's tear? Don't tell me the victim is one of our disciples," Elder Mu inquired. "Don't worry, Elder Mu. The victim isn't from our sect, but he's my friend's father. Your friend is lucky to have you. The antidote is a difficult Tier 3 pill that only a few sect elders have the ability to concoct, and they aren't usually found in stores because the poison is rarely used nowadays, so you'd need to find someone to make it," Elder Mu said. The worker returned shortly after with the ingredients prepared. Chapter 1493, Antidote, 1493. Antidote, here are the ingredients you have requested. Healer Wang, the worker placed the ingredients on the table before them. "Thank you." Wang Shuying tossed all of the ingredients into her spatial ring. "Are you returning to your residence now?" Elder Mu asked her. "Yes, then I will be leaving again after I concoct the antidote. I will come with you since it's been a while since I last saw you working." "Okay." The two of them left the medicine hall and made their way back to Wang Shuying's residence. Once they arrived, Wang Shuying retrieved a cauldron and immediately began concocting the antidote. "Elder Mu, I've told you this before, but I do not plan on staying in the Spirit Healing Academy forever," she spoke as she concocted the pill. "Something most alchemists don't dare to do since it takes away their focus." Elder Mu nodded. "Yes, you have. The sect master may be upset by your decision, but she also understands it. This place is simply too small for someone as talented as you, Disciple Wang. You're destined to climb higher than all of us and achieve great things as an alchemist. Since you're bringing this up now, do you plan on leaving soon?" Elder Mu looked at her with a calm gaze. "Yes, it's about time I climb the stairway to heaven. Why would you willingly put yourself through that ordeal when we can have someone from the third heaven guide you there?" Elder Mu asked. Unbeknownst to Elder Mu, all players had access to the stairway to heaven and could ascend without needing to partake in the trial because of Yuan. However, players could still willingly partake in the trials. The majority of players ascended without participating in the trials, but a minority willingly did so just to train themselves. After all, even if they failed the trials, it wouldn't affect their ability to ascend. In fact, Yuan had advised everyone in the demon-sealing faction to ascend the 9 heavens through their own effort instead of solely relying on him, as it would greatly benefit them. While it was possible to die during trials with countless people perishing to it, since its establishment, as the master of the stairway to heaven, Yuan made it so that nobody from the demon-sealing faction would die during a trial. He also adjusted their difficulty, making it much harder than usual. This made the stairway to heaven a perfect training device for the demon-sealing faction. I don't want to accept every handout coming my way. I have my own pride, you know. Once I ascend to the third heaven, I will join a sect through my own powers, not because of some recommendation." Wait a second. Does that mean you won't be joining the Jade Cauldron sect? Their sect master is already expecting you to join them." Elder Mu panicked a little after hearing her words. Wang Shuying shook her head and said, "I didn't say that I wouldn't join them, Elder Mu. I am saying that I will join them through the disciple examination by proving my qualifications, just like how I had to prove my qualifications before joining the Spirit Healing Academy. But you have already proven your qualifications in the last 2 years. Nobody will dare to question your qualifications now, perhaps not their sect master and sect elders, but my fellow disciples will definitely question my qualifications. I know how the others will look at me if I join through the back door, regardless of my qualifications." "You are truly something." Elder Mu showed a defeated smile on her face. "No, this is the bare minimum. If I don't do this much, I will never be able to catch up to him, much less walk beside him." Wang Shuying muttered with a somewhat dazed face. "Him? Who are you talking about?" Elder Mu inquired in a curious tone. "My friend and idol. You should have heard of him before. If he hadn't refused to ascend after the mystic realm, I would have never had the chance to come here so soon." "You mean that arrogant base Ahem? Of course I remember him. He'd caused quite the scene before, after all." Elder Mu coughed mid-sentence. Wang Shuying sighed. "I wouldn't badmouth him if I were you. Even if he's not here, you might receive bad luck." "Why are you even trying to surpass him? I know he's a cultivation genius, but is he also an alchemy genius?" Elder Mu inquired. "Not as far as I'm aware, and who said anything about surpassing him? That's literally impossible. I just want to be useful enough to stand by his side." "What are you saying?" "You have the potential to become an alchemy emperor at the very least. Who knows, you might even become an alchemy god. There's no way you wouldn't be useful with such talents. You wouldn't understand it even if I spent an entire day explaining it to you, Elder Mu. Anyways, my pill is about to be completed." Wang Shuying stopped talking and poured all of her focus into the cauldron. A few minutes later, Wang Shuying removed the lid and retrieved the pill from the cauldron, quickly sealing it inside a pill bottle. "I am finished here, so I will be leaving soon." Elder Mu nodded and said, "Then I will speak to the sect master, your master, about your inevitable departure." "Thank you, Elder Mu. I will also speak with my master the next time I return." Wang Shuying logged off Cultivation Online shortly after. When she woke up, she found Yuan cultivating beside her. "You have the antidote." Yuan opened his eyes and spoke before she could even disturb him. "Yes." Wang Shuying retrieved the pill she'd just created. "Great, then let's return." Sebastian was waiting for them outside and guided them back to Chu Shijian's room. "You're back already? It's only been a little over an hour." Chu Shijian wasn't expecting the antidote so soon. "Yes, and I have your antidote here." Wang Shuying showed the pill on her palm. Chapter 1494, Curing Chu Shijian. Chapter 1494, Curing Chu Shijian. Wang Shuying handed the antidote to Chu Liuxiang and said, "I'll give you the honor." "Thank you." After accepting the antidote, Chu Liuxiang opened the seal and poured the pill into her grasp before offering it to Chu Shijian. The pill was only the size of a fingernail, but exuded an intense bitter smell. "It's going to be very bitter," Wang Shuying warned as Chu Shijian accepted the pill. Without hesitation, Chu Shijian tossed the pill into his mouth and swallowed it with water. The pill quickly dissolved, and Chu Shijian's face immediately twisted with disgust. It had the worst taste he'd ever experienced, both intensely strong and long-lasting. "Fuck, is this what drinking moldy milk would be like?" Chu Shijian nearly puked, but managed to keep it inside. He looked at Wang Shuying with teary eyes and a runny nose, and he couldn't help but wonder if she had actually poisoned him instead of curing him. "That means the medicine is working," Wang Shuying calmly said, and she continued, "You'll need to use the bathroom in a bit. Things might get a little explosive." Chu Shijian's eyes widened at her words, but before he could even open his mouth to respond, he felt a churning sensation in his stomach. When he sensed a weird sensation from his rear, he immediately jumped out of bed and rushed outside. "Master?" Sebastian was shocked to see Chu Shijian out of bed and running when he could barely walk just hours ago. "Looks like he'll be just fine," Wang Shuying chuckled. Once again, thank you for saving my father, Chu Liuxiang said to her. Wang Shuiying casually waved her hand and said, You don't need to thank me. I merely did the obvious and right thing. Still, I feel grateful to you. I? Is the master cured? Sebastian asked as he entered the room. Yes, he's cured. Wang Shuiying nodded, oromnoel.com. Thank the heavens, without him, the Chu family wouldn't have survived another month, let alone another year. An hour passed, but Chu Shijian had yet to return from the bathroom. How long do you think he'll spend inside the bathroom? Chu Liuxiang asked. Hard to tell. It varies depending on how much poison was in his body. Considering his state, it'll probably take 3 to 4 hours before he finishes cleansing it out of his body. 3 to 4 hours? Chu Liuxiang did not expect it to last so long. Shall we come back tomorrow? Yuan said. We should. He'll need to rest properly afterward, too. Wang Shuiying said. Then we'll come back tomorrow at noon, Yuan said to Sebastian. Very well. I will let the master know once he returns. Yuan left the Chu family with the others shortly after, while Sebastian continued to wait for Chu Shijian's return. 4.5 hours later, Chu Shijian returned to the room with a pale expression, but he looked much better overall than before he left for the bathroom. Welcome back, master. Yuan and the others have already left for today. They'll return tomorrow at noon, Sebastian said. I see. The doctor also advised you to rest for the remainder of the day. I understand, after Chu Shijian went under the blankets on his bed. He said with a serious expression, Sebastian, I want you to investigate my wives, all 4 of them. I will immediately do so. Sebastian calmly nodded. Chu Shijian narrowed his eyes at Sebastian and asked, You don't seem at all surprised by my request. How long have you been suspecting them? And why haven't you said anything? It's not this lowly servant's job to make assumptions. Even if I suspect them, I have no proof, nor do I dare to investigate the mistresses without the master's order. Sebastian, you take your job too seriously? Chu Shijian sighed out loud. You've been working for our family since your childhood, not even mentioning your ancestors. I see you more as a friend than a servant. If you have something to say, please do not hesitate to speak up. After a moment of silence, Sebastian spoke. I had a suspicion that you were poisoned at first, but I threw away that thought after none of the doctors made such a claim. When I still believed that you were poisoned, I immediately suspected one of the mistresses, as they were the only ones who could have poisoned you without my knowledge. I personally prepare your food, so I know it didn't come from me. With that being said, do you have any idea who could have poisoned you? Sebastian then asked. Chu Shijian closed his eyes to ponder. A few minutes later, he sighed while shaking his head. I've made contact with all of my wives before I got sick, and without knowing how I was poisoned, it's impossible to tell who had the capability to poison me. We can ask the doctor tomorrow. We shall. I'll get some sleep now. The following morning, after breakfast, Yan Xiaoxiao approached Meixiu for her interview. How long have you known Yuan? Pretty much for my entire life, she said. Your mother is Miss Meifeng? Correct. Did you also work for Yuan? That's correct. I was trained to serve Yuan, but ended up serving his sister for the majority of my time there. I only started serving him again after we left the Yu family. What's your current relationship with Yuan now? Meixiu hesitated to answer this question, as she was unsure whether she could reveal such private information to the rest of the world. She's my partner. Yuan's voice suddenly resounded, surprising the both of them. By partner, do you mean? Yan Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously. Yes, she's my lover. Yuan clarified without an ounce of hesitation in his voice. Meixiu stared at him with wide eyes, her face slightly flushed. Yuan smiled at her and said, Are you embarrassed to be my woman so you don't want the world to know? That's not it, she hastily said. He chuckled. I know, I'm just teasing you. Yan Xiaoqiao stared at them with a dazed look on her face, seemingly unable to find the proper reaction to this shocking information. Chapter 1495. There's Still Hope. Chapter 1495, There's Still Hope. Yuan has a lover? This is huge news, probably the biggest one in this entire interview. Yan Xiaoqiao cried inwardly, and she couldn't help but feel pity for the countless maidens who had fallen in love with Yuan. How long have you been together for? Yan Xiaoxiao continued to inquire. Probably about a year now, Meixiu said with a pondering expression. You guys can continue. I'll be in the training ground with the others, Yuan said before leaving them alone. After Yuan left, Yan Xiaoxiao asked, In your eyes, what do you believe is Yuan's biggest charm? And when did you start liking him? I don't know when I started liking him, but I've probably liked him since our childhood. He has many charms, but his biggest charm is definitely his dependability. I can always depend on his words, and it's a great feeling always to have someone to rely on in the training grounds. Yuan sparred with the others. Meanwhile, the world outside of the Dragon Spiral Mountain was in an uproar after all. Faction wars had been paused and delayed for an entire month. When the organizers, the Cultivators Association, were questioned for a reason, their response during a live interview sent immense shockwaves throughout the entire world. The great battlefield is undergoing reconstruction, and all arenas will receive an upgrade, which will allow the players to fight each other with their full strength without needing to worry about accidentally killing their opponents. When the chairman of the Cultivators Association made this announcement, they were bombarded with questions on how such a feat was even possible. We have a powerful array master on our side who has the ability to create formations to achieve this feat. Who is this array master? One reporter asked. Unfortunately, we are not allowed to disclose his identity as requested by the array master himself. How reliable are these formations? Another reporter asked. Very reliable. I, along with several of my colleagues, experienced firsthand its effects, and we can guarantee its effectiveness. Chairman Li responded. If you're not convinced by this, the Demon Sealing faction and the Fiery Garden of Hell have agreed to become the first ones to test the formation. Wait. Does that mean the Fiery Garden of Hell has accepted player Yuan's direct challenge? Indeed, the Fiery Garden of Hell was the one to send the challenge request, and the Demon Sealing faction accepted it. The terms of the faction war will be the same as the Demon Sealing faction's faction war against the Fiery Locust Swarm. During this interview, the world also learned of the Demon Sealing faction's second faction war, which was several times more shocking than their match against the Fiery Locust Swarm, as the Fiery Garden of Hell had over 500,000 players. Thousands of articles on their upcoming faction war filled the internet. Fiery Garden of Hell accepts player Yuan's challenge. Player Yuan bites more than he can chew. From ranked 86 to ranked 5th, will player Yuan challenge rank 1 for their third faction war? While the rest of the world talked about the upcoming changes to the future of faction wars, Yan Xiaoxiao interviewed Chu Liuxiang after Meixiu. How long have you known Yuan? Yan Xiaoxiao asked. I've known Yuan even before he was adopted by the Yu family. We came from the same orphanage, after all. Wow. What was Yuan like during his childhood? Yan Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with excitement at this unexpected information. Pretty much how you'd expect a child to behave, but he was already talented with instruments back then. He taught me how to play the harmonica, too. How would you describe your relationship with Yuan nowadays? We're partners. Zhu Liuxiang responded without hesitation. Yan Xiaoxiao's eyes widened. By partner, do you mean? We're lovers, Zhu Liuxiang interrupted. Wait, but I thought Yan Xiaoxiao immediately became confused by this revelation. Yan Xiaoxiao wasn't sure if she should mention Meixiu. What if Yuan and Zhu Liuxiang were in some kind of secret relationship? What if he was cheating on Meixiu? These stories are very common, after all. Seeing Yan Xiaoxiao's hesitation, Zhu Liuxiang chuckled. Are you worried about Meixiu, eh? Don't worry. We're both his lovers, so she knows? Yes. And you're both okay with sharing him? Of course. Is that so Yan Xiaoxiao could feel her heart racing for some reason? Why are you surprised? It's not a new thing. My father also has several wives. Yan Xiaoxiao cleared her throat and said, "Now that you mention it, I guess it isn't that surprising for someone like Yuan to have several lovers. There's still hope for the others," she cried inwardly. Yu Ning also had similar thoughts when she learned that Yuan had 2 Dao companions. Yan Xiaoxiao ended her interview with Chu Liuxiang an hour later. Although there was still plenty of time, she decided to end the interview for that day since only Yuan was left to be interviewed, and she wanted to spend an entire day with him. When noon arrived, Yuan, Chu Liuxiang, and Wang Xuying made their way to the Chu family's residence as scheduled. This time, they just flew directly to their residence, saving time. "Sebastian, why is the house so empty?" "Where's everyone?" Chu Liuxiang asked as they walked through the empty hallways. "The other mistresses and your siblings are all doing their own things outside." "When father is this sick?" Chu Liuxiang frowned. "It's precisely because he's sick that they have to leave, after all. With the master bedridden, they are the only ones who can continue the family businesses," Sebastian explained. "That makes sense. I shouldn't have made any assumptions. Sorry." "It's fine. I understand completely where you're coming from." They entered Chu Shijian's room shortly after. "You look much better today," Wang Xuying said to Chu Shijian after seeing his appearance. "It's all thanks to you." Chu Shijian laughed heartily. "Anyway, I have a question. How is that poison typically applied?" He suddenly stopped laughing and asked with a serious expression. Chapter 1496. The Culprit. 1496. The Culprit. 1496. The Culprit. Hearing Chu Shijian's question, Wang Xuying pondered for a minute before responding. There are several ways to apply basilisk's tear. The easiest method is to mix it with liquid and feed it to someone, but since it has a distinct bitter taste, the best approach is to mix it with something sweet. It can also be injected into solid food. Something sweet? Chu Shijian began trying to recall the last time he had something sweet. His complexion darkened a moment later when he recalled something, and his body trembled in anger. "It can't be," he muttered in a cold voice. "Who poisoned you, father?" Chu Liuxiang asked with a deep frown on her face. Chu Shijian didn't respond and turned to look at Sebastian with a serious expression before asking loudly, "What is Chu Wuyang doing at this moment?" "Chu Wuyang? That useless brother?" Chu Liuxiang cried out loud after hearing his name. Chu Wuyang. Yuan raised an eyebrow as he recalled this familiar name. He was the one who blocked me at the front door when I tried to get Lulu back. Yuan recalled beating Chu Wuyang so hard that he fell unconscious. Young Master Wuyang should be in charge of our business in Cultivation Online, the one located at Third Heaven. Sebastian quickly replied, "Don't tell me he was the one who poisoned you?" Chu Shijian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists in frustration. "I don't have solid proof or want to suspect him, but he was the only one who fed me something in the last several months. Right before I got sick, he brought me a slice of cake and asked for my opinion on it. The cake was so sweet I can still recall it clearly even now, so I only had a single bite. However, Chu Wuyang also tasted the cake right after I gave my opinion." Wang Xuying then said, "I don't want to make assumptions, but he could have easily prepared the antidote beforehand. This poison isn't deadly as long as you're prepared. The antidote is also not that hard to find. Why would he do something so foolish?" "Sebastian, summon Chu Wuyang and his mother for me," Chu Shijian commanded. "Right away." Sebastian immediately rushed out of the room. Chu Shijian lowered his head in a dejected manner and used his hands to massage between his eyes. "What should I do now?" he muttered in a stressful voice. Nobody in the room responded. This was Chu Shijian's problem to solve as Chu Wuyang's father and victim. Sebastian returned a few minutes later with the news. "I have notified young Master Wuyang and his mother, telling them that there's been an emergency. They should arrive in a few hours." Chu Shijian nodded and said, "In fact, summon everyone. I want everybody there to witness Chu Wuyang's response, as you command." Sebastian left again. "Father, we should probably leave," Chu Liuxiang said in a low voice. "Even if you're no longer part of the family, I would like for you to be there. You too, Yuan, if you don't mind, that is. Chu Shijian stared at them with a serious face. I don't mind being there. Yuan calmly nodded. Then I'll be there as well, Chu Liuxiang said. Wang Shuying left the Chu family shortly after checking Chu Shijian's condition, while Yuan and Chu Liuxiang remained. While they waited for the rest of the Chu family, they rested in Chu Liuxiang's old room, which was left untouched. They kept this place clean. Chu Liuxiang was left speechless after realizing that they'd continued to clean her room even after she left. So this is your room, huh? Yuan looked around with interest. I wanted to show you my room long ago, but alas, better late than never, right? He smiled. Chu Liuxiang proceeded to spend her time cultivating while she waited. Meanwhile, Yuan closed his eyes to study his techniques. A few hours later, Sebastian knocked on their room and brought them to the audience room. Chu Shijian was already there when they arrived. 3 of my wives have already arrived. We're waiting for the last one to arrive before we start, Chu Shijian said as he gestured for them to sit in the chairs beside him. Half an hour later, the 4th wife arrived with the entire Chu family present. Sebastian led them to the audience room. What the hell is going on here? They were immediately shocked to see Chu Liuxiang and Yuan sitting beside Chu Shijian. Father? Chu Wuyang also expressed great shock, but his attention was on Chu Shijian instead of the other 2. Chu Shijian didn't miss this and felt his blood boiling from anger, but he managed to keep his outer appearance calm. Dear, what on earth is happening here? Are you sure you can be out of bed right now? Chu Shijian's first wife, Chu Shufen, stepped forward and inquired. Instead of asking about Yuan and Chu Liuxiang, she questioned his well-being first. Chu Shijian nodded. As you can see from my appearance, I have been cured of my sickness. Is that true? What was the sickness? And who cured it? The other wives also started speaking. We did, Chu Liuxiang suddenly spoke. Well, to be precise, a member of our demon-sealing faction did. You? What are you even doing back here? I thought you'd left the family and would never return. Chu Shufen stared at her with a frown. Her frown deepened when she shifted her gaze to Yuan. We can discuss them later. I summoned all of you here for another reason, my sickness. I thought I had contracted an unknown illness, but guess what? I wasn't actually sick. It turned out that I had been poisoned. Chu Shijian's voice grew grimmer as he continued with a hint of self-mockery within. What, poisoned? Who would dare? And when could have this happened? Chu Shufeng shouted in anger. The poison is called basilisk's tear, something that does not belong to our world but came from Cultivation Online, Chu Shijian explained. As he listened to his father's words, the pace of Chu Wuyang's heartbeat quickened. Chapter 1497, Chu Wuyang. Chapter 1497, Chu Wuyang. Fuck. Why is this happening? What went wrong? I did everything perfectly, Chu Wuyang cried inwardly after realizing that his plan to assassinate Chu Shijian had failed. He shifted his gaze from Chu Shijian to Chu Liuxiang before stopping at Yuan. It must be this bastard's doing. This is the 2nd time you've hindered my plans, you fucking bastard? Yuan noticed Chu Wuyang staring at him, so he made eye contact with him and showed a mocking grin. This fucker. Chu Wuyang's body trembled from anger. Do you know who poisoned you? Chu Shufen suddenly asked. Chu Shijian didn't immediately respond, so the entire room fell silent. I do. Chu Wuyang tried to hide the fear on his face, but failed to do so. Who? Which brave bastard dared to assassinate you? Chu Shijian sighed and said, That person is currently in this room with us? What? The wives immediately started exchanging looks, their faces filled with disbelief and doubt. Chu Shufeng shook her head and spoke a moment later. Dear, there must have been some sort of mistake. How did you learn that someone here poisoned you? I rarely left this place after my dantian was crippled, and I returned to being a mere mortal. I was completely healthy, albeit weak, until the system update for Cultivation Online happened. I began growing sick shortly after the system update, and I hadn't left our home for an entire month before the system update. So only someone from our family could have poisoned me. The poison, basilisk's tear, is administered through consumption, whether it be through liquid or food. Additionally, its intensely bitter taste can only be masked effectively with sweetness. Sebastian is responsible for all of my food, but there's no way he'd poison me. He has been with our family since birth, not to mention his ancestors. I trust him enough to entrust my life to him. Moreover, since I have a strict diet, he'd never go out of his way to cook anything sweet without receiving my request first. From the moment the system update occurred to now, only one individual in this room has fed me something sweet, overwhelmingly so at that. Chu Shijian's gaze fell upon Chu Wuyang, who was visibly shaking by now and looked as though he was about to freeze to death. The others followed his gaze to Chu Wuyang, their eyes wide with shock. No, there must have been a misunderstanding. My son would never do such a thing." His mother quickly stepped forward, shielding Chu Wuyang with her body. That's right," Chu Wuyang shouted. "It's true that I had fed you a slice of cake, but I also ate from that very slice right after you. So why did I not get sick?" Chu Wuyang cried out loud, desperately defending himself. "Don't tell me you're going to say that I had prepared the antidote for myself beforehand, because that is mere speculation and not solid proof." Chu Shijian nodded. "You're right, and I'm not foolish enough to accuse you without solid proof. Therefore I had Sebastian dig through all of your stuff." "Sebastian?" he called out loud. Sebastian entered the room the very next second with a folder in his grasp. "Young Master Wuyang, you're not very good at hiding your secrets. It only took me several hours of investigation to learn so much about you. Not only are you in constant contact with the Qin family's eldest son, Qin Bojing, but you've also been paid tremendously by them for the past 4 years. What? You've been scheming behind our backs with the Qin family?" The others exclaimed in shock upon hearing this revelation. "That's bullshit." Chu Wuyang cried out loud. Yuan's laughter suddenly erupted, followed by his words, "Chu Wuyang, you must be immensely cherished by your family to achieve Spirit Lord at your age. I can only imagine the wealth and resources they've lavished upon you." "What? Spirit Lord?" Chu Shijian and the rest of the Chu family were baffled to learn this, as they weren't aware of his cultivation this entire time due to their inferior cultivations. The strongest cultivator in their family was a mere spirit master, and due to the Qin family's hindrance, they didn't have the luxury of drowning themselves in resources after the system update. "Is this why you betrayed your own family, Chu Wuyang? For some cultivation resources, you are a disgrace." Chu Shijian roared, his face bulging with veins. "I cannot even begin to imagine attempting to assassinate my own father just to reach Spirit Lord. I knew you were always pathetic, but I could have never imagined it was to this extent." Chu Liuxiang spoke in a cold voice as she looked at Chu Wuyang, as if he were a mere bug, but she was not finished and continued, "Or what did Yuan beat you so hard that you'd gone insane? Actually, that happened long after you started scheming with the Qin family, so that cannot be the case. Please tell me this is all a lie. Wuyang, tell them that it's all just a misunderstanding." His mother grabbed his sleeves and muttered while crying. Chu Wuyang suddenly stopped trembling and stood there like a stone statue. After a moment of silence, he snapped, "Did you think I wanted to do this?" Lifting his head, his face contorted with anger, he pointed at Chu Liuxiang and shouted, "This is all because of you. You don't even share our bloodline. You were merely adopted. Yet you receive better treatment and more privilege than me, who was actually born into this family. From the day you came to our household, everything went to you, resources, opportunities, my father's love, everything." Chu Wuyang turned to look at the eldest son and continued, "If anyone can understand me, it's you, elder brother Yuanjun. In fact, being the eldest in our family, you must hate her more than I do." Chu Yuanjun, who was suddenly dragged into this mess, merely lowered his head in silence. "That's your reason for poisoning your own father, as expected of someone as weak and fragile as you. It's very befitting, flawlessly so." A cold voice suddenly sneered. Chu Wuyang snapped his head to glare at Yuan, who had just spoken, his gaze brimming with intense killing intent and profound hatred. Chapter 1498, Magic Talisman. Chapter 1498, Magic Talisman. 1498, Magic Talisman. 1498, Magic Talisman. Shut up! Shut the fuck up! Chu Wuyang roared, his Spirit Lord aura exploding around him. However, due to the formation, he could only exert the strength of a peak spirit Grand Master Rewobulvum. What do you think you're trying to do? Chu Shijian shouted. Whatever I want, without another word. Chu Wuyang lunged at Yuan like a tiger, his entire being radiating bloodlust. In midair, he summoned a sword and swung it at Yuan without hesitation. Yuan? Chu Liuxiang subconsciously called out to him, even though she knew Chu Wuyang wouldn't be able to touch even a single hair on him. Sure enough, Yuan casually caught the blade with 2 fingers, and with seemingly no effort, pinched it so hard that the entire blade shattered into hundreds of fragments. What? That was a heaven-grade treasure, Chu Wuyang exclaimed in a terrified voice. He'd never seen someone breaking a spirit-grade treasure with their bare hands before, much less heaven-grade. It must be some kind of trick. Chu Wuyang gritted his teeth. After distancing himself from Yuan and pausing for a moment, he retrieved a black talisman and infused it with half of his spiritual energy. The black talisman emitted a crimson glow before suddenly catching fire and burning away. Flames of purgatory, turn that bastard into ash. Once the magic talisman fully burned away, it released a powerful pillar of fire that resembled a dragon's breath in Yuan's direction. The magic talisman contained a powerful divine rank martial technique. Once released, it can instantly kill even a peak spirit lord. Let's see how you, a mere spirit Grand Master, survive it. Chu Wuyang grinned as he watched the flames engulf Yuan's figure. That's a dangerous thing you have there, Yuan's voice resounded, followed by a strange whooshing noise. The flames suddenly vanished as if consumed by the air itself, revealing Yuan's perfectly unharmed appearance and a beautiful silver spear that wasn't in his grasp a moment prior. That could have destroyed a good portion of this mountain if I hadn't erased it in time, he continued in a grim voice. Clearly, limiting their cultivation isn't enough. I will need to find a way to deal with such tactics later. He sighed inwardly. How? How the hell are you doing this? Chu Wuyang roared, his face twisted in confusion, seemingly on the verge of madness. However, Yuan wasn't even paying attention to him. He was looking at Chu Shijian. How do you want to punish him? He asked. Chu Shijian responded solemnly as she glared at Chu Wuyang. Chu Wuyang, for your crimes, your betrayal, I hereby disown you, and to prevent you from harming others, I will cripple your cultivation. Please wait a moment. Let's talk about this first. Chu Wuyang's mother suddenly stepped forward. However, Chu Shijian's face remained resolute, and he said, Chu Tongmei, don't act like you're completely innocent either. Since he's your son, we will also be investigating you to see if you have any involvement. In fact, everyone in the family will be investigated with no exceptions. If you are not satisfied with my decision, you may leave the Chu family with him. Chu Wuyang, you're lucky I'm sparing your life, despite your assassination attempt on my life. The room fell silent. Yuan broke the silence by stepping away from his seat. You heard him, Chu Wuyang. Since I am the only one capable of crippling you here, I shall do the honors. No hard feelings. Gee, get away from you, you monster. Chu Wuyang turned around and began running away. Seeing this, Yuan activated Heavenly Domain, instantly restricting his movements. The less you struggle, the less painful this will be, or would you rather I beat you down first, like the last time? Don't worry, it'll be over before you even know it. Without taking another step, Yuan raised his hand and pointed a finger at Chu Wuyang's back. In the next moment, a thin strand of sword aura shot out from Yuan's fingertip, flying at Chu Wuyang's dantian like a bullet. Upon impact, the sword aura drilled a hole within Chu Wuyang's dantian, causing it to leak out all of its spiritual energy. Chu Wuyang's cultivation immediately began to decline. In less than 10 seconds, it plummeted from Spirit Lord to Spirit Grand Master, then further to Spirit Master, Spirit Warrior, and Spirit Apprentice, until it was completely depleted of spiritual energy. No, no, no! Chu Wuyang's horrified cry echoed throughout the entire room. Chu Shijian and the others swallowed nervously after witnessing Yuan's domineering display of strength. He was so powerful that even a spirit lord like Chu Wuyang seemed as vulnerable as a chicken on the chopping board. After crippling Chu Wuyang's cultivation, Yuan returned to his seat and casually sat down without even a ripple on his nonchalant expression. I knew he was powerful, but to think he'd be this overbearing. Chu Shufeng was quivering in her shoes when she recalled their fight with him. After a moment of silence, Chu Shijian spoke, "Sebastian, escort our guest to the interrogation room. If he refuses to move, you can drag him away." Yes, Sebastian proceeded to drag Chu Wuyang out of the room. Chu Wuyang's mother watched all of this unfold with a dazed look, but she didn't dare to help him any further, fearing it might incriminate her. Some time later, Chu Shijian said to the others, "You can leave for now. We will continue this tomorrow." In the end, only Yuan and Chu Luxiang remained in the room with him. "So, what are your plans now?" Yuan asked Chu Shijian. "Unfortunately, this won't really change our situation with the Qin family. Chu Wuyang has already done irreversible damage to our family. The Qin family's hindrance may slow down for a bit without Chu Wuyang, but it won't stop them from bankrupting us. Our business within Cultivation Online, which was handled by Chu Wuyang, will also be in a mess for some time." "This business, can you tell me more about it?" Yuan suddenly asked, Chapter 1499, Businesses in Cultivation Online, Chapter 1499, Businesses in Cultivation Online, 11499, Businesses in Cultivation Online. "Our business in Cultivation Online? It's nothing special? Just your typical operation with the usual groups?" Chu Shijian said. He continued, "As you probably already know, Cultivation Online is heavily incorporated into our economy now. Nowadays it's fine even if you have no money in the real world. As long as you have money in Cultivation Online, you're essentially successful even in the real world. Most large businesses like us have different branches that specialize in their own gold-earning strategy. For example, we have the Monster Hunter branch, which focuses solely on hunting magical beasts for monster cores and materials. This is the most profitable method, but also the most tiring and competitive. Although we used to have businesses in every realm, we've decided to move to the third heaven, where resources and wealth are much easier to acquire compared to the lower heaven, and competition is weaker there due to the higher requirements. Other operations include quest farming and herb picking for those with weaker cultivations. Alchemy is also a very profitable business, but unfortunately the requirements for this are extremely high, and any alchemist that can concoct Tier 2 and above pills is in very high demand, not to mention their expensive contracts. We also have a dungeon-focused branch that specifically clears those, but the casualty rate is even higher than the Monster Hunter branch." Yuan quickly digested this information and nodded. "I see how it works. How does the Qin family hinder your business?" "Targeting a specific business is much harder than you might think, since they'll need to know our operations and workers' identity. Since Chu Wuyang, who was in charge of our business in Cultivation Online, gave Qin family our information, it made our business in Cultivation Online hell. The Qin family would target our monster hunting branch by killing our players during or after their hunt when they're the most vulnerable. For those working in cities, the Qin family would harass them and threaten them to stop working for us and whatnot. Once the Qin family realizes Chu Wuyang's been exposed as their spy, they will definitely come at us in full force since they no longer need to care about being exposed." "What a bunch of filthy and unscrupulous bastards, the Qin family." Chu Luxiang cursed out loud after learning of the situation. "And since you don't have their information, you cannot fight back," Yuan muttered. "Unfortunately, that is exactly the case. Is there anything we can do to help, Yuan?" Chu Luxiang asked him. Yuan closed his eyes to ponder. "I can try to think of something. I'll be heading back down to the third heaven for a bit anyway." "Really? You're willing to help us after everything you've already done?" Chu Shijian looked at him with a surprised face. He actually wanted to ask them for help, but since he'd already received so much help from them, he was too ashamed to do so. "If there's nothing else, I will take my leave for today. I'll contact you when I return to the third heaven, Yuan said. He looked at Chu Liuxiang and continued, You can stay here if you want. I'll stay behind to speak with my mother. Okay, Yuan returned to his residence shortly after, while Chu Liuxiang went to speak with Chu Shufan with Chu Shijian. Yu Ning, do you have any solution for those talismans? They could become a problem in the future, Yuan asked her. You mean the array talismans? They all contain arrays with martial techniques stored in them, so they're not really treasures, which makes it tricky to restrict them. However, they're quite difficult to create and very expensive, so I wouldn't worry too much about them for now. Perhaps not right now, but eventually it would be disastrous if a talisman powerful enough to destroy this world somehow ends up in the wrong hands. If you're that worried, there's a Tier 8 formation that can restrict not just cultivation, but also the amount of spiritual energy that can be released in this world. Unfortunately, I'm not capable enough to create it. Yu Ning said, Tier 8, huh? Tier 7 was pretty much the pinnacle of formations during the primordial era. Only one individual has managed to reach Tier 8 after pondering for a moment. Yuan showed a mysterious smile and spoke, Want to play a game with me, Yu Ning? What kind? To see which of us will become the first to reach Tier 8 Array Master. If you win, I'll accept any one request from you. If I win, I don't need anything from you. Huh? What purpose does this game serve? It doesn't benefit you. Only me, perhaps. But it serves as a good motivation for me. It'll probably take some time for you to reconstruct your body, so I have some time to catch up. Well, I have no reason to refuse something that would only benefit me, so I'll play your game. Yu Ning nodded. Chu Liuxiang returned a few hours after Yuan left. How did things go with your parents? He asked her. We're making progress, but it'll take some time before things return to how they were before. I left the family for an entire year, so I never expected everything to be fixed instantly. The following day, Yan Xiaoxiao woke up earlier than usual. Today is the day I made sure to interview Yuan last and dedicated an entire day just for him. Failure is not an option. She spent the next hour going through all her equipment to ensure the interview would be as smooth as possible. After breakfast, Yan Xiaoxiao approached Yuan with a wide grin on her face. I'll be with you for the entire day. He nodded with a smile. Then let's start with my morning routine. I typically spend some time playing the zither after breakfast. As they made their way to the music room, Yan Xiaoxiao began asking him questions. Thank you for listening to the story on KevinAudio.com. Chapter 1500 Yuan's Interview. Chapter 1500 Yuan's Interview. 1500 Yuan's Interview. What is your cultivation currently at in Cultivation Online? Yan Xiaoxiao asked Yuan as they walked through the hallways. 9th level Spirit King. He calmly responded. Wow, I only know of one other person who's a Spirit King, and they've just achieved the first level of Spirit King after spending a fortune on resources. How much did you spend to get to your cultivation? I rarely purchase my cultivation resources. I hunt them. It's much cheaper and more efficient that way. Wow, so you've reached the peak of Spirit King without consuming treasures. Is that even possible? Have you ever purchased gold for Cultivation Online? What do you do with your resources? The majority of my cultivation was obtained from monster cores that I hunted. I have never purchased gold for Cultivation Online, but I've sold many things on the auction house for money to spend on Earth. It's also how I was able to afford this place at first. Oh. Rare treasures that are typically out of most players' reach would occasionally make their way into saga player auctions, usually in bundles, and they would always sell for a fortune. Perhaps you're responsible for most of them? Yuan smiled and said, Perhaps. Sure enough, he'd sell all of the treasures that were useless to him at saga player auctions. This included all the loot he picked up from his slain enemies. There have been fewer and fewer high-quality treasures being sold in saga player auctions these days. Do you plan on selling more treasures in the future? Who knows? I don't really need any money right now. Yuan shrugged. He'd already earned enough money to splurge on for several lifetimes, and since he no longer needed to pay to live in the Dragon's Spiral Mountain ever since he helped the Lord kill the demons, he decided to stop selling treasures. Can you tell me what you typically do in Cultivation Online? Are you focused on improving your cultivation hunting treasures? Quests? A little bit of everything, I suppose. I don't have any routine or strictly focus on one thing. I just go where fate takes me. Going where fate takes you, huh? That's a good one. Yan Xiaoxiao chuckled. She paused for a moment to look at her notes before continuing. You had a lot of player announcements from hunting many unique elite bosses. Can you tell us a little about that place? It's a dangerous place called the Vanishing Valley. Yuan calmly responded. Yan Xiaoxiao was a little surprised to see Yuan answering so casually. Many people believed it was a secret hunting ground, so she wouldn't have been surprised if he had refused to answer the question. Seeing her reaction, Yuan smiled and said, I know what you're thinking. It's a dangerous place filled with magical beasts that defy the cultivation restriction placed on each realm, so you can encounter magical beasts as powerful as immortal cultivators that you would normally only be able to encounter in the sixth heaven and above. Even I nearly died several times in there, so unless you have a death wish. Yan Xiaoxiao swallowed nervously at this information. No doubt, many players will ignore Yuan's warning and visit the Vanishing Valley once they see this interview. Yan Xiaoxiao stopped the interview when they arrived at the training ground. Yuan retrieved his zither and exercised his fingers with several heavenly songs. Yan Xiaoxiao watched his performance with a dazed look on her face. It was Yuan's music that made her pursue a career as an idol. Ah, I never got the chance to attend his live performance. To think I'd get this chance and be right beside him in this moment. I can die at peace now, she sighed inwardly. After the performance, Yan Xiaoxiao continued the interview. Why did you create the Demon Sealing faction? To fight demons, Yuan responded nonchalantly. Demons? Is this in a figurative sense? Can you elaborate on that? Yan Xiaoxiao wore a puzzled look on her face. No, I mean it in a literal sense. Believe it or not, demons exist in this world. Yan Xiaoxiao was left speechless after a moment of silence. Yuan chuckled and said, Of course, I am joking. I created the Demon Sealing faction because I wanted a place for myself and those close to me. I see, and why did you choose a name like the Demon Sealing faction? It doesn't really fit your images. There's an organization in Cultivation Online called the Demon Sealing Clan. I thought it sounded cool, so I took it. You took it? Yan Xiaoxiao was left speechless again. After another moment of silence, she asked, I'm sure countless people have the same question, but what are the requirements to become a member of the Demon Sealing faction? There's no requirements. Then, how come only 2 individuals managed to get into the Demon Sealing faction when thousands have applied? As I said, the Demon Sealing faction is like a family to me, so you naturally have to be close to me before you're even qualified to apply. But once you are qualified, there are no further requirements. Then does the Demon Sealing faction ever plan on opening to the public in the future? Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. I cannot say with certainty that we will never open to the public, but I have no such plans as of this moment. The other Demon Sealing faction members started to appear on the training ground at this moment. Seeing this, Yuan said, I typically spend 2 to 3 hours sparring with the others. It rarely happens nowadays since I'm always inside Cultivation Online, but I try to spar with them whenever possible. Yuan, spar with me. Wu Zhao approached him first for a spar. Sure. What do you think your chances are in a spar against him? Yan Xiaoxiao suddenly asked Wu Zhao, her voice tinged with curiosity. I have never won against him, nor do I ever expect to. Just getting a hit on him is already worth bragging about. Wu Zhao calmly responded. Chapter 1501, Yuan's Room. Chapter 1501, Yuan's Room. 1501, Yuan's Room Ori 1501, Yuan's Room Ori 1501, Yuan's Room R 1501. Came on when Wu Zhao noticed the weird expression on Yan Xiaoxiao's face. He smiled and said, Even though we know we won't ever win, we still benefit a lot from our losses because he doesn't just spar with us. He trains us at the same time. You should give it a try later. You want me to spar with Yuan? Yan Xiaoxiao wore a look of disbelief on her pretty face. Why not? You're already here, might as well get the full experience. Wu Zhao chuckled. Yuan smiled at this idea and agreed. Don't worry, it won't hurt that much. So it'll still hurt, she exclaimed. She took a deep breath and sighed. But you're right. I might as well get the full experience. What better way of knowing someone than to exchange blows with them? Yuan and Wu Zhao began their spar shortly after, with Yan Xiaoxiao capturing every moment, or at least trying to. He's moving too fast for me, Yan Xiaoxiao cried inwardly. In the end, she gave up trying to follow Yuan's movements and focused on Wu Zhao, who was desperately trying to defend against Yuan's relentless attacks. The spar was one-sided, with Wu Zhao barely able to do anything at first. However, Wu Zhao quickly adapted and improved, allowing him to fight Yuan to a reasonable degree. Unbeknownst to Yan Xiaoxiao, Wu Zhao was being lectured by Yuan through divine sense as they fought. Suddenly, a figure that didn't belong to either Yuan or Wu Zhao appeared behind Yuan and tried to sneak attack him. Ding you! Yuan casually blocked the sneak attack. Damn it! I thought I finally got you this time, Wang Ming exclaimed before he was sent flying by Yuan's sword swing. Yet, despite Wang Ming's random sneak attack that intruded on their spar, neither Yuan nor Wu Zhao looked surprised or seemed bothered by it. Huh? What's going on? Yan Xiaoxiao wore a puzzled look on her face. You seem confused. Wang Bingbing suddenly appeared beside her and asked. Seeing her nod, Wang Bingbing continued. This was encouraged by Yuan. He said that if anyone manages to sneak an attack on him successfully, he will reward that person with a powerful martial technique or spiritual weapon. Oh, we can only do this when he's in the training ground. I see. Yan Xiaoxiao muttered. Hey, let me join your spar, Wang Ming said after recovering from being thrown. Sure. Yuan calmly nodded. Thus, Wu Zhao and Wang Ming started attacking Yuan together. We can also try to take him down together. If we manage to defeat him, all of us will receive a reward. Wang Bingbing continued explaining. I guess you haven't been able to defeat him yet, Yan Xiaoxiao said. Nope, but I can feel that day getting close. Wang Bingbing also joined Wu Zhao and Wang Ming shortly later, making it a 3 versus 1. The rest of the Demon Sealing faction members eventually joined the chaotic fight. Chu Liushang was the last to show up and join the fight, turning it into a 10 versus 1 spar fighting. So many talented individuals, simultaneously while limiting himself to basic sword techniques, was difficult even for Yuan, especially when Li Jinxi and her explosive growth joined the fray. And since nobody there needed to worry about accidentally killing Yuan due to his heaven-defying regeneration ability, they were all able to go all out without holding anything back, fighting him as though their lives were on the line. Heavens, are they seriously trying to kill him? Yan Xiaoxiao was terrified by what she was witnessing. Each attack by the Demon Sealing faction members exuded genuine killing intent, and they were all aiming for life, threatening areas such as his neck and heart without any hesitation in their movements. If a stranger were to stumble upon this scene without any context, they would undoubtedly think Yuan was being targeted by a group of seasoned killers. However, despite their efforts and cooperation, Yuan defeated them and emerged victorious without a single injury to his body. Considering the God of War's extensive fighting experience, it was only natural for him to dominate opponents who had barely 20 years of practice. Oh, right, Wu Zhao. Yuan suddenly called out to him as he lay on the ground from exhaustion. Since you defeated the most players during the faction war, you can receive the ancient rank technique. Do you have any specific techniques in mind? I'd like a movement technique, something that will keep my opponents away from me. Yuan nodded. All right. I'll let you know when I find something suitable. Thank you. Yuan approached Yan Xiaoxiao after the spar. I'm going to clean myself real quick. We can spar after the interview. Okay. Can I have a look in your room later? She asked. Sure. We're heading there anyway. They left the training ground while the others continued to train with each other. As they approached Yuan's room, Yan Xiaoxiao could feel her heartbeat speeding up. Yuan's room? Yuan's room? I'm going to enter Yuan's room, she screamed internally. It's nothing fancy, so don't expect much, Yuan said as he opened the door, revealing his room. I won't take long. Yuan entered the bathroom shortly later, leaving Yan Xiaoxiao alone, not wanting to waste this opportunity. Yan Xiaoxiao stopped recording temporarily and retrieved her personal camera. She proceeded to take selfies of herself in various areas in Yuan's room. Sometime later, she turned to look at the bed and swallowed nervously. I really shouldn't do this, but please forgive me for this. After positioning her camera and setting a timer, Yan Xiaoxiao entered the bed and began posing in various poses. Click, click, click. The camera took a picture every 3 seconds and didn't stop until an entire minute later. Yan Xiaoxiao checked the results afterward and was incredibly satisfied. This is definitely going into my collections. She giggled sheepishly. Yuan came out of the bathroom feeling refreshed several minutes later to find Yan Xiaoxiao staring at her camera with a weird expression on her face. Chapter 1502, End of the Interview. Chapter 1502, End of the Interview. I'm done, Yuan called out to Yan Xiaoxiao, startling her, who was absorbed with her new collection. Eh? Ah, right. Yan Xiaoxiao hastily stowed away her personal camera and retrieved the one used for the interview. After taking a moment to look through her notes, she asked, Do you have any specific goal you're chasing in Cultivation Online? I wanted to explore the entire world of Cultivation Online when I first started. While that is true, still, I have a different goal now, one that I am still trying to comprehend fully. This goal was shared by all of his incarnations, so Yuan was certain that he would eventually have to face it, even if he didn't know the details for now. A goal you don't comprehend? Sounds complicated, Yan Xiaoxiao muttered. She continued, What is the Demon Sealing faction's relationship with the Eternal Lotuses? Rumors have been saying you fought the fiery locust swarm for them. We're in an alliance, and they were being bullied by the fiery locust swarm, so I decided to teach them a lesson. Oh, since when did you form the alliance with each other? Yan Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered at his surprising news. It was established only recently. Since the fiery locust swarm is under the fiery garden of hell's command, is your challenge to the fiery garden of hell related to the eternal lotuses? No, my challenge to the fiery garden of hell, or more specifically, Fiery Queen, has little to do with the eternal lotuses and is more personal. I guess that confirms the rumor about you and the Fiery Queen being on bad terms. Can you tell us the reason? Yan Xiaoxiao asked. It's nothing crazy. We had a little skirmish inside Cultivation Online. I wanted to keep our drama inside Cultivation Online, but she decided to involve my friends and family outside of Cultivation Online, so I'm just responding to her provocation. Is that so then? Time passed quickly, and it was noon before Yan Xiaoxiao was aware. Okay, let's end it here. I have more than enough material to make several movies, Yan Xiaoxiao said with a satisfied smile. During the interview, she asked Yuan over 100 questions, most of which related to Cultivation Online. Once again, thank you for giving me this opportunity to interview the Demon Sealing faction. Yan Xiaoxiao bowed to him. In the future, if there's a chance, I would like to interview your journey in Cultivation Online, too. Yuan nodded. If there's ever an opportunity, I will send you the interview first once I complete it. If there is anything you would like me to edit or remove, just let me know. Yan Xiaoxiao stayed the night and joined them for breakfast the following day. After breakfast, Yan Xiaoxiao went to the training ground to spar with Yuan. Yan Xiaoxiao was only at the 5th level of Spirit Master, and she wielded a sword. Please go easy on me, she said. That's only natural. Otherwise, I would kill you in the blink of an eye. Yuan chuckled. You know what I mean. Then I'll assess your current level first. Come at me with everything you've got. You saw how the others sparred with me yesterday, right? Fight as if your life depends on it. Don't worry about hurting me because you won't be able to do so. Hearing his provocative words at the end, Yan Xiaoxiao felt the urge to prove him wrong and quickly wore a serious expression on her face. Once she was prepared, Yan Xiaoxiao lunged at Yuan and started attacking him with all of her power. Yuan didn't say anything and either dodged or blocked her attacks for the first few minutes. Once he fully understood Yan Xiaoxiao's strengths and weaknesses, he started lecturing her through divine sense, even demonstrating it through their spar. Yan Xiaoxiao rarely engaged in combat and never had an instructor. Her inexperience was evident in her stiff and awkward movements. It's been a while since I last fought someone this inexperienced. Yuan smiled inwardly. Their spar ended quickly because Yan Xiaoxiao, despite going all out, didn't know how to utilize her energy properly and ended up wasting most of it. "You're a complete beginner. I didn't expect this," Yuan said afterward. Yan Xiaoxiao showed an embarrassed smile and said, "I enjoy cultivating, but I don't enjoy fighting. It's okay to dislike fighting, but you should still prepare yourself for it. The world is becoming more dangerous after all." "I understand. I'll start training more often now." Sometime later, Yan Xiaoxiao said goodbye to the demon-sealing faction and left the Dragon Spiral Mountain. "Now that the interview is over, I'm going to return to Cultivation Online and start making my way to the third heaven," Yuan said to the others. "How long do you plan on staying down there?" Shilang asked. "Not long. I'm meeting up with Bai Lianhua to give her some things, that's all." Chu Liuxiang then asked, "What about us? Should we come with you? You can stay in the fourth heaven and continue your training." Later that night, Yuan followed Mishu to her room to spend the night. "Yuan, is everything okay? Do I look worried about something?" Yuan raised his eyebrows in a puzzled manner. "Not worried, but you have something on your mind, especially when you look at me. At least that's how it feels to me." She caressed his face and sighed. "If there's anything you need to take off your chest, I'm here." Yuan didn't immediately answer, but after a moment of hesitation, he said in a low voice, "I recalled all of the evil god's memories." "All of it? How many years of experience is that?" Makeshu stared at him with wide eyes. "Thousands and thousands of years of slaughter and atrocities. I don't even know where to begin." "I'm sorry, I want to understand, but I don't know how you feel." "Nor can I pretend to understand," Makeshu sighed, her heart heavy, knowing she couldn't assist him. Chapter 1503, Siu Mei. Chapter 1503, Siu Mei. 1503, Siu Mei. Seeing Makeshu's beautiful face lying right next to him, Yuan pondered if he should tell her about her incarnation as Siu Mei, that they'd been together in their previous lives. Since Li Jinshi and Chu Liuxiang are already beginning to recall their past life memories, it wouldn't be weird if Makeshu is also doing the same. As far as he knew, Makeshu could have already recalled all of her memories and was simply waiting for him. The reason he didn't outright tell Li Jinshi and Chu Liuxiang about their past lives was that he didn't want to force the memories upon them. Since they were already beginning to recall their pasts on their own, he saw no need to hasten the natural process, as it could potentially backfire. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke. "During my life as the evil god, I had a wife. We've known each other and been together since childhood. We had a child. She was my everything, and her name was Siu Mei. Unfortunately, I was unable to protect her, and she was murdered along with our unborn child. Because of her death, I went on a rampage and killed countless people, not to mention the atrocities I've committed. When I get the chance, I'm going to apologize to her." Makeshu felt a weird sensation in her chest when she heard the name Siu Mei. "When you get the chance, I thought she passed away?" Makeshu asked in a puzzled tone. "Reincarnation is not unique to me, unless their soul is shattered. Everyone who dies will eventually be reincarnated. The only difference between them and me is our ability to remember our past lives, and there are other people other than me who can remember their past." "There are others? How do you know that?" "Because two of them live among us, huh? Who?" Makeshu was surprised to hear this and immediately became curious. "Li Jinshi and Lulu, but they don't remember everything and are still in the process. They also don't know that I know, so keep this a secret from me until they decide to tell us." Makeshu nodded and mumbled, So they also recall their past life. I wonder what my past life was like. Yuan smiled and asked, "Do you want to know?" You know my past life?" She stared at him with wide eyes. He silently acknowledged with a nod. Meishu swallowed nervously and spoke. "Don't tell me, Shu Mei. What makes you think that?" Yuan was slightly surprised by her intuition. "Just a feeling. I was right?" He nodded. "Yes, you were my wife when I was still the evil god." Meishu fell silent to think things would turn out like this. Is this a coincidence? Or are we bound by fate, she wondered inwardly, feeling blissful knowing that she was also with Yuan in their past life. "Are you okay?" Yuan asked when she remained silent, wondering if it was too shocking for her. "Yes, I am just a little surprised by this information, and I'm not sure how to respond to it. However, I can say that I am very happy that you told me. Even if I might never remember it myself, I bet the time I spent with you was incredibly blissful. By the way, how do you know that it was my past life? For starters, you look exactly the same as Shu Mei. Moreover, those around me in this life seem to have a close connection with me in my past life." Does this mean Lulu is also? Yes. Li Jinshi too, however. They are not related to the evil god, but my other incarnations instead. Meishu wore a bewildered look on her face. This information shocked her more than her own reincarnation. "Exactly how many past lives have you lived?" She couldn't help but ask. "I don't know, but I have memories of 7 so far." "S7? That's a lot. Reno Nok Om. If you consider how long this universe has existed, living 7 lives, isn't that shocking?" Yuan chuckled. "Any questions?" After a moment of silence, she asked, "What was our daily life like? Before our marriage or after?" "Both." "Then I'll start from when we first met. Prepare yourself, since this will take the entire night." Thus, Yuan spent the rest of the night recalling his memories with Shu Mei to make Shu. Meishu would ask questions here and there. Was Shu Mei on birth control pills? Why did it take so long for her to become pregnant? "Not that I was aware of. It's unlikely, though, since she was always excited to have a child. Also, things work differently for female cultivators in general when it comes to giving birth. Due to the spiritual energy in their body, not only is it harder to become pregnant, but the time it takes for the child to come out also differs. So, while a mortal typically gives birth after 9 months of pregnancy, it could take years for a female cultivator to give birth. The difference is even larger for cultivators with a stronger cultivation." "Is that so?" Meishu muttered with a pondering look on her face. "Are you interested in having a child?" Yuan suddenly asked her. No," Meishu hastily responded before continuing. "I mean, I don't particularly care. Do you want one?" "Considering that you never saw your child in your past life, I wouldn't be surprised if you have the desire for one, so if you want one, I won't refuse." Yuan chuckled. "While it's true that I have the desire to have a child, that desire belongs to Tian Qian. As for myself, I still think I am too young for one, not to mention all of the ongoing changes in the world. Perhaps once everything settles down. If you say so?" Meishu nodded. The following day, Yuan returned to Cultivation Online. Meanwhile, Meishu went to find Wang Shuying. "How can I help you, Meishu? You're an alchemist, correct? Do you know if there are any pills for birth control?" Birth control pills? Of course, why are you?" A cheeky smile appeared on Wang Shuying's face as she came to a realization. "Do you want me to concoct you some? A single one will last for an entire year." "They last that long?" Meishu said in a surprised tone. "How effective are they?" "Pretty much 100% effectiveness. However, there is an extremely tiny chance that one could still be impregnated. That said, it's so small that it can be ignored. Do you mind making me some?" "I'll pay for them," Meishu said, as she was getting tired of consuming the typical birth control pills that required her to eat them daily, causing her to leave Cultivation Online constantly. In fact, she missed a few days because she was too absorbed in her training in Cultivation Online. Fortunately, it had been some time since she last embraced Yuan. If I want to train properly without any distractions, these pills are a necessity, Meishu thought to herself. You don't need to pay me. These pills are cheap and easy to make. I'll have them ready in an hour. Wang Shuying said. Meishu nodded. Thank you. After Michu left her room, Wang Shuying mumbled to herself, Should I make some for Chu Liuxiang as well? Chapter 1004, Leaving the Shadow Realm. Leaving the Shadow Realm, after returning to the Shadow Realm, Yuan summoned his soul weapons and asked the immortals, Do you know the way out of here? Last time I was teleported out of here by the Great One. I doubt he'd be willing to do it again since I refused to be his disciple. Huh. The Great One wanted you to be his disciple. Yu Ning's voice was filled with a profound, almost incredulous shock. That's the Supreme Being who stood at the apex of the cultivation world even during the primordial realm. It was an existence that not even the Celestial Emperor dared to approach, much less covet. For such a great existence to take an interest in you, I guess you're even more talented than I had ever dared to imagine. Jiran spoke, his voice tinged with awe. You're awake? Are you okay? How do you feel right now? Yuan asked, after hearing Jiran's voice. Besides feeling a little tired, I feel perfectly fine. The spiritual energy in your world is much worse than I'd anticipated. I could barely breathe there. Jiran sighed. Yu Ning then said, Our young master's potential is beyond even your imagination, Jiran. Huh? Young master? Since when did you start addressing him that? Jiran asked. His identity is also far beyond your wildest imaginations. It's only natural for someone as lowly in comparison to show this level of respect. Since Jiran was slumbering when Yuan revealed his identity as the immortal monarch's reincarnation, he had no clue why Yu Ning was being so respectful. Additionally, unless he possessed Yuan's body like Yu Ning, Jiran would have no idea how heaven-defying Yuan's body was. Moreover, unless Yuan summoned the soul weapon they were occupying on Earth, neither Jiran nor Yu Ning would be able to see or hear anything from Earth. After Jiran fell asleep from exhaustion, Yuan sent him back to Cultivation Online to recover. As for Yu Ning, while Yuan has kept the Empyrean Overlord summoned for his entire stay on Earth, Yu Ning sealed her senses within the soul weapon when Yuan entered Meixiu's room for their privacy, so she also wasn't aware of their conversation last night. Anyways, several exits could be found in the Shadow Realm, but they are not in a fixed position and always move around. The closest one I can sense is about 10,000 miles to the south, Jiran said. All right. Yuan immediately flew toward the south. How long do I have before it moves? He asked, as he traveled. The time each exit moves varies. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at his destination, where a massive black portal was surrounded by a massive sea of banished souls. He didn't immediately leave the Shadow Realm since he still had to prepare for the sword spirit waiting for him outside. As he spectated the situation before him from a safe distance, Yuan watched as the banished souls attempted to enter the black portal, only to be bounced off it, almost as though they had run into an invisible wall right before the exit. Only those with a physical body may leave through that exit, hence why we've been stuck in here since the primordial realm. Yu Ning sighed when she saw this familiar scene. Once upon a time she had been among the banished souls in this place, relentlessly attempting to escape the Shadow Realm. She mindlessly bashed against the invisible wall for hundreds, even thousands of years before she finally gave up and accepted her fate to rot within the Shadow Realm. Jiran suffered a similar fate. In fact, every banished soul within the Shadow Realm had attempted to escape at least once. Though none had succeeded on their own, it didn't deter the others from trying. Free... me... what are you waiting for? Jiran asked when Yuan hadn't tried to leave for many minutes. Yuan explained the situation to them. There is a formidable spirit waiting for me outside. I'm just taking a moment to prepare myself, by the way. This exit will take me to the Vanishing Valley where I originally entered the Shadow Realm, correct? I know there are multiple entrances to the Shadow Realm throughout the 9 heavens. So how can I be sure this exit will lead me back to the Vanishing Valley and not somewhere else? He asked. I don't think you need to worry about that, young master. The Shadow Realm tracks where you entered from and will automatically take you back there. Yuning said, Is that so? Yuan remained still for a few more minutes before making a move. He unleashed his cultivation to the maximum, causing the surroundings to tremble. Then he flew toward the black portal. The banished souls were immediately alerted by Yuan's presence. Upon seeing that he had a physical body, they rushed at him like a group of starving beasts. Human, physical body, escape. The strength of the banished souls varied greatly. Some were weak, while others were as powerful as immortals. Yuan didn't dare to underestimate them and unleashed his soul strength. Unlike before, he wasn't just trying to scare them, he was determined to destroy them. Scram! He activated Dragon's Gaze at its full power. When the banished souls were struck by Dragon's Gaze, most were destroyed before they could even utter a sound. The stronger banished souls were momentarily stunned, overwhelmed by the fear of their souls being shattered. Yuan didn't pause for a split second and continued shooting toward the black portal, disappearing from the Shadow Realm a second later. After exiting the Shadow Realm, Yuan didn't stop moving and even accelerated his movement technique. Meanwhile, before Yuan could even leave the Shadow Realm fully, the sword spirit resting above the giant's sword immediately sensed the change in the atmosphere and turned to look at the location that was causing the disturbance. He's back. The sword spirit clenched her fists in anticipation and prepared to seize him the moment he appeared. Chapter 1505 Sword Spirit. Chapter 1505 Sword Spirit. After leaving the Shadow Realm, Yuan didn't stop to see where he'd exited and continued speeding forward. He wasn't sure if the sword spirit could leave the giant's sword or how far he had to travel before her attacks could no longer reach him, so he could only pray for the best. The moment he returned to the Vanishing Valley, he could immediately sense the sword spirit's gaze on him, sending chills throughout his entire being. What a powerful spirit! I have never felt such a profound cultivation before either, Yuning cried out loud after seeing the sword spirit with her own eyes. Heavens, if such a being existed during the primordial era, it could have easily slaughtered the celestial emperor and his army by itself. Jiran was left in awe by her almighty presence. The sword spirit narrowed her gaze on the majestic sword in Yuan's grasp. After confirming that it was indeed the Empyrean overlord, she muttered in a trembling voice, "I have been looking for you." However, she suddenly frowned and her expression turned grim. Her entire body trembled in anger, and her body seethed with immense killing intent. "Who the fuck is that bitch?" The sword spirit's voice, infused with her immense cultivation base, boomed, creating a profound ripple that swept through the entire Vanishing Valley and beyond, resounding throughout the entire fourth heaven in the blink of an eye. The sword spirit boasted a profound cultivation at the peak of the god Ascension realm, essentially the apex of the cultivation world, just below a cultivation god. With so few people achieving cultivation god status since the primordial era, those who reached the 9th level of the God Ascension realm were considered the pinnacle of power. The presence of God Ascension realm cultivators should not exist within the fourth heaven, so her aura enveloping the world sent it into turmoil, shocking and terrifying all the experts there. Normally, the heavens would intervene and try to restrict cultivators who did not belong there or force them to ascend, but the Vanishing Valley was a unique location that ignored the laws of heaven, so as long as the sword spirit remained inside its space, it was essentially untouchable. As for Yuan, who was the closest to the sword spirit, his movements were immediately suppressed, and a crushing sensation forced him to his knees. This overwhelming pressure was a new experience for Yuan, even with the evil god's memories. His peak was only at the 6th level of the god Ascension realm during the evil god's prime, and he did not have to fight anyone at the peak of the god Ascension realm. So this is what it's like to be at the top of the cultivation world. Instead of fearing for his life, an excited smile appeared on Yuan's face. However, even with all of his powerful treasures and the golden immortal physique, Yuan found himself unable to stand up, much less run away. The difference between the God Ascension realm and his current level was simply too vast and insurmountable. Meanwhile, the sword spirit leaped off the giant's sword and landed right in front of Yuan a split second later. Yuan had to use all his strength just to lift his head high enough to look at the sword spirit's face. She was a woman of unparalleled beauty, standing tall with an elegant, slender frame that exudes noble grace. Her hair is a cascade of obsidian black, falling in silky waves that shimmered subtly even when surrounded by darkness. Her eyes are a striking contrast, gleaming with the richness of molten gold. They hold a depth and intensity that can captivate anyone who meets her gaze. Besides her aura, the sword spirit was indistinguishable from a human being. Although this was Yuan's first time seeing her, an uncanny sense of familiarity washed over him, as if he had encountered her in another lifetime, while Yuan gazed at her face, which exuded coldness that could freeze an entire continent. The sword spirit's eyes were fixed on the Empyrean overlord in his grasp.
"You! How dare you permit another presence within my body, especially a woman?"
The sword spirit muttered in a grim voice, laden with killing intent, as if she was on the verge of strangling him. "What do you mean?" Yuan's eyes widened at her unexpected words. "Silence, you unfaithful bastard! I didn't spend thousands of years in this gloomy place for this nonsense," she interrupted, raising her hand in a chopping gesture. "You deserve death for this betrayal." The sword spirit's entire being gushed with killing intent, and she swung her arm before Yuan could even utter another word. "Brother Yuan." Xiaohua's voice suddenly resounded as her body, in the form of a cloud of purple mist, emerged from his body and carried him out of the path of the sword spirit's attack. Sha, the path cleaved by the sword spirit's strike, split in half, birthing a long and profound earth fissure that could easily swallow entire cities with ease. Yuan swallowed nervously when he saw the result. The sword spirit definitely acted with the intent to kill him. Heavens, she wasn't joking about killing me, he cried inwardly. He then noticed the sword spirit preparing for a second strike. Seeing this, he hastily said, "Wait, you're the Empyrean Overlord spirit, right?" The sword spirit suddenly halted her movements. Just as Yuan thought that she had calmed down, the sword spirit began trembling again, her body seething with uncontrollable rage. "So you don't even recognize me anymore, huh?" An unfathomable aura exuded from her body, and it was strong enough to completely obliterate anything in its path if released through a martial technique. "My lord, it's going to destroy the fourth heaven at this rate," Jiran cried out loud. "You must do something to stop this spirit, young master." Yu Ning also cried, her voice filled with dread. Sensing the desperate situation, the Empyrean overlord began trembling, and from deep within a memory long concealed emerged, surfacing in Yuan's mind. Chapter 1506, Three Major Paths. Chapter 1506, Three Major Paths. Have you heard the sword Saint Zhu Mingye met his demise when his weapon shattered mid-battle against the spear devil Lei Zhen? Yuan could hear the people around him mumbling as he casually enjoyed his food in a noodle shop. How is that possible? He wielded the Heaven Splitter, a mythic-grade spiritual treasure, a creation of the heaven and earth blacksmith, Han Bing. Such a formidable weapon would be unbreakable even by a true immortal. Well, the spear devil has the Heaven Piercer, an Empyrean-grade spiritual treasure created by the eternal blacksmith, and it specializes in breaking weapons. The heavenly blacksmith and the eternal blacksmith? They've been rivals since they were mere apprentice blacksmiths thousands of years ago, fighting for the title of God of Creation. Now they both stand at the top of the world as divine blacksmiths, being one step behind their goal. However, the eternal blacksmith managed to create an Empyrean-grade treasure first, so I guess he's better. They may be amazing, but are they worthy of the God of Creation title? Only those who can create celestial-grade treasures should be worthy of that position. There are three major secondary paths a cultivator can pursue. The first, and most popular, involves studying medicine to support the world with their pills. They are alchemists. The second path belongs to array masters, whose formations and arrays can influence the world on a grand scale. The most common and sought-after formations are defensive ones, typically established around sects and powerful family households. The third and final path, which is also the least popular and most difficult to master, is that of the blacksmiths. They are responsible for crafting the weapons and artifacts that aid cultivators in battle. There are other paths one could take, but those are considered niche when compared to the major three. While one could argue which of these three major paths benefits cultivators the most, it is undeniable that all are foundational to the cultivation world, and even the mortal world. The world would look vastly different if even one of these paths were missing. Suddenly someone spoke up. The Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith are impressive, no doubt, but their names are already well known. I've heard rumors of a rising blacksmith with a mysterious background. They say that he'd crafted a spirit-grade weapon that could outshine even peak-quality Earth-grade weapons. Huh. What kind of nonsense is that? As if a weapon like that could exist. Unlike cultivation, a treasure's grade is absolute, so if a spirit-grade weapon can outshine an Earth-grade weapon, it should be classified as Earth-grade. Who even is this mysterious blacksmith? I consider myself quite knowledgeable in this field, but how come I've never heard of him? People immediately doubted this information. I don't know much about him. All I know is that he appeared out of thin air with weapons of unparalleled perfection that make everything else look fragile and imperfect in comparison. Yuan, who had been silently listening to their conversation this entire time, suddenly spoke. "That blacksmith's name is Tian Qiyuan. You better weld that name into your soul, because he'll eventually conquer the world with unrivaled treasures." Everyone in the store turned to look at him with raised eyebrows. Tian Qiyuan. Never heard of him. What about you? Nope. He's definitely a nobody. Hearing their words, Yuan stood up and approached their table. With a nonchalant expression, he retrieved a sword from his storage pouch and placed it on the table before them. This is. As the doubters beheld the perfect sword before them, their eyes widened in shock. They swallowed nervously, and their hands subconsciously reached out to touch it. However, before any of them could touch it, Yuan reclaimed the sword and tossed it inside his storage pouch. That sword! Where did you get it? I have never seen such a perfect sword before. Please, let me see it again, just for a few more seconds. I'll buy it off you. How much do you want? This noodle shop was frequented by the city's blacksmiths, and they were all experienced enough to gauge a weapon's quality with a single glance. Despite the sword being a mere heaven-grade treasure, it surpassed all expectations, transcending even the pinnacle of peak-quality treasures they had encountered before. That sword was crafted by none other than Tian Qiyuan, Yuan announced proudly. And where did you find him? I must confirm his skills with my own eyes. Yuan shook his head and said, Unfortunately, Tian Qiyuan is a wandering blacksmith, so you'll have a hard time tracking him. When I encountered him by chance, he gave me the sword, asking me to spread his name in exchange. Then I'll buy the sword off you. I'll pay you what a peak-quality divine-grade weapon would cost for it. Someone there offered. I'll pay you enough to purchase any low-quality ancient-grade treasure. It quickly turned into a bid, as if they were at an auction house. However, Yuan merely shook his head and said, Sorry, the sword's not for sale, and before any of the blacksmiths could utter another word, he vanished from the store like a ghost, leaving everyone speechless. Rumors of Tian Qiyuan began spreading like wildfire among blacksmiths worldwide after that event, which took place at Starforged Sanctuary, a renowned city dedicated to training blacksmiths, and where countless famous blacksmiths were created. It was also the birthplace of the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and the Eternal Blacksmith. Shortly after Tian Qiyuan's name became widespread, his weapons started showing up in auction houses. At first, only spirit-grade treasures were sold, but the quality and grade of the treasure gradually increased throughout the years. These treasures were highly sought after not only by cultivators, but also by blacksmiths eager to study them. However, despite countless attempts at analysis, nobody was able to replicate their craftsmanship. Even peak blacksmiths, such as the Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and the Eternal Blacksmith, were unable to replicate Tian Qiyuan's creations. This further skyrocketed his fame and reputation to heights most blacksmiths could only dream of. Chapter 1507 Tian Qiyuan. 1507 Tian Qiyuan, in an auction house somewhere in eighth heaven, a tall figure wearing a fiery red mask approached one of the workers there and said, "I have a weapon that I would like to sell here." Without turning his head, the worker glanced at this figure and gave him a quick assessment. The figure, shrouded in a ragged cloak that seemed to have been scorched by fire, stood there with an air of mystery. His cultivation, a mere golden immortal, didn't seem to match the unique aura that emanated from him, leaving the worker perplexed. "If you want to sell your trash, you can go elsewhere. This place isn't a place for beggars either, so scram," the worker sneered. The masked figure's voice rang out, clear and defiant, in response to the worker's mocking words. "Oh? So this place is so grand that it deems a weapon crafted by the exalted blacksmith Tian Qiyuan to be trash. I suppose I'll heed your advice and find a more appreciative place elsewhere." The masked figure's voice was loud enough for everyone in the room to hear. "What, a weapon crafted by the exalted blacksmith? Is that true? The last one was sold over 500 years ago. And it was an ancient-grade treasure that fetched a price that rivals even peak-quality Empyrean-grade treasures. Who called a weapon crafted by the exalted blacksmith trash? Get over here, and let me give you a good beating." Every time a treasure related to the exalted blacksmith is revealed, it sends ripples through the 9 heavens, igniting fervor and awe. Even the most successful auction house, the Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion, would get on its knees and beg for one to be sold there. Yet in this tiny place they dare to call one useless. The worker, standing before the masked figure, immediately turned pale upon hearing the people around him, his body trembling uncontrollably. "Why didn't you say it was a weapon created by the exalted blacksmith in the first place? You must be lying to save face." The worker refused to believe the person in front of him would have something so valuable. This refined aura, that flawless appearance, and the distinctive signature on the blade, it's undeniably a treasure crafted by the one and only exalted blacksmith, Tian Qiyuan. It's finally happened. The exalted blacksmith has finally stepped into the rank of Grand Blacksmith. He's only one step away from becoming a divine blacksmith like Heaven and Earth Blacksmith and Eternal Blacksmith. To advance in rank as a blacksmith, one must successfully craft a treasure corresponding to the desired rank. For example, crafting a spirit-grade treasure earns the title of apprentice blacksmith, while crafting earth-grade treasures elevates one to expert blacksmith. Please, let me buy it off you. I will pay you as much as you want. The people in the auction house surrounded him and started offering to buy the sword, all of them offering unbelievable amounts of money for it. However, the masked figure merely shook his head and said, "If you want it, fight for it." The people there exchanged glances with each other and prepared to turn the auction house into a battlefield. Seeing this, the masked man quickly continued, "I mean with your money in a proper setting. It was going to happen in this auction house, but it will have to be delayed due to circumstances. But this is a good opportunity to spread the news more." Please, wait a moment, esteemed guest." Someone suddenly approached him in a hasty manner, his body soaked in sweat. "I am the manager of this auction house. Please do not leave. I will execute this useless fool who doesn't have eyes. Please give us another chance. We won't disappoint you again." The masked man looked at the manager and, without saying a word, turned around and walked out of the building, leaving the manager utterly devastated. Any auction house blessed by the exalted blacksmith's treasure would inevitably acquire a massive amount of reputation. But this place actually dared to chase such an opportunity away. What a pity. The other customers also started walking out of the auction house shortly after, as they did not want to be associated with the auction house. News of this event quickly spread like wildfire throughout the 9 heavens. In order to save whatever face and reputation they had left, the auction house forced the worker who chased away the masked man to kneel on the streets until his inevitable death. Meanwhile, the Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion extended a public invitation to the masked man, imploring him to grace their auction house with the sale of his extraordinary weapon. The masked man accepted their invitation and scheduled the auction to begin in 1 month, allowing people worldwide some time to prepare. Once news spread, not only did people flock to the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion, but even powerhouses from the ninth heaven made the journey to the eighth heaven solely to participate in the auction. From renowned families to powerful sects to individual collectors, a sea of people made their way to the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion the moment they heard about the auction. While the rest of the world was scrambling to gather enough money for the auction, Tian Qiuan spent his time strolling through the street like a tourist, stuffing his mouth with all sorts of food. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and so many people showed up to the auction that the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion had to hastily change its location just to accommodate more participants. Yet there was not enough space for everyone, so many had to participate from afar through treasures. Chapter 1508, Violet Dream. Chapter 1508, Violet Dream. 1508, Violet Dream. Look, over there. That's the heaven and earth blacksmith. The eternal blacksmith is here as well. These two renowned divine blacksmiths were quickly identified within the crowd. While the participants of the auction grew increasingly excited for the upcoming auction, Tian Qiuan himself just arrived at the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion while wearing his red mask. "Welcome, esteemed guest. I am Qing Linger, the manager of the mystic Jade Auction Pavilion. Allow me to extend our deepest gratitude for entrusting us with the honor of auctioning your precious treasure." Qing Linger bowed to him in a respectful manner, not daring to repeat the other auction house's mistake. "If you have any requests, don't hesitate to ask." Tian Qiuan nodded and said, "Then I would like to have a word with the participants before we begin auctioning my sword." "Of course, that can be arranged. Anything else?" "You'll know my name once the auction begins," he said. I understand Qing Linger didn't question him any further. The auction began some time later. However, as the main event, Tian Qiuan's weapon would be sold last, with over 100 treasures being sold before it. There were a lot of enticing treasures and even miracle elixirs, but none of the powerhouses even bothered to pay attention, as they were only at the auction for one thing. Several hours later, it was finally Tian Qiuan's weapon's turn to be sold. Thank you all for visiting our mystic Jade Auction Pavilion today. We will start the bid for the exalted blacksmith's mythic grade treasure soon, but first, the seller would like to have a few words with everyone. Qing Linger announced to the participants. Tian Qiuan approached the stage after receiving the signal. Countless gazes immediately fell upon him, most of them filled with curiosity as they wondered about his identity and how he acquired Tian Qiuan's treasure. After a moment of silence to build up the tension, Tian Qiuan spoke. "Hello, everyone. This is my first time appearing publicly like this. My name is Tian Qiuan, and some of you might know me as the Exalted Blacksmith." "What? That's Tian Qiuan? The Exalted Blacksmith in the flesh? Is this real?" Many people stood up in shock after hearing this revelation. I am aware that many of you are skeptical of my identity and are expecting me to show my face next. Unfortunately, I wish to keep my face a secret, so I won't be removing my mask or anything today. Tian Qiuan spoke in a calm voice. He proceeded to retrieve the purple sword he'd planned on selling today, instantly causing the audience to gasp in shock and awe. This is my first mythic grade treasure. I call it the Violet Dream. Although it's only a mythic grade treasure, it has the prowess to rival even Empyrean grade treasures. It has a special effect that can create illusions, and anyone below God Ascension Realm struck by it will enter a deep slumber that can only be reversed with the sword. The audience immediately began mumbling to each other about the sword's ability. What a powerful sounding ability! Too bad it only works against those below the God Ascension Realm. Are you hearing yourself how many people are in the God Ascension Realm at this moment? This is a priceless treasure with an extremely powerful effect. I must get my hands on it even if I have to sell all of my belongings and become homeless. However, Tian Qiuan was not finished speaking, and he continued. Now, with the introduction out of the way, I have a special announcement to make. Starting today, after this auction, I will be accepting weapon crafting commissions, and whoever purchases my Violet Dream today will receive priority. The entire place fell silent as everyone digested this information. Once they realized what it meant, the auction house erupted into a crazed frenzy. The exalted blacksmith will accept commissions? Heavens! I never thought this day would come. Ha ha ha! I cannot wait to have my dream weapon crafted by him. A few moments later, Tian Qiuan continued, "For the payment, I will only accept two methods of payment. The first is spirit jades. The second is any material that is on this list." Tian Qiuan retrieved a scroll and revealed a long list of rare materials written on it. "If you have any material on this list, I will accept that as payment, and you'll also receive priority. In fact, I would like to purchase it from you." The experienced blacksmiths instantly recognized that the list of materials was intended for crafting treasures. Heavens, how many, or what kind of ridiculous treasures is he trying to create with that many rare materials? Even a single material on that list would make a weapon priceless. Eternal Blacksmith muttered to himself with a pondering face. Not even celestial-grade treasures would require that many rare materials. Is he trying to create something that surpasses celestial grade? Not even a god of creation would have such ambitions? Heaven and Earth Blacksmith sighed out loud. Sometime later, Tian Qiuan said, "Then I will stop delaying the auction and take my leave now." He turned around and walked away, leaving the violet dream behind. The auction commenced shortly, and a frenzied battle for the treasure began. While the treasure itself was highly sought after, it paled in comparison to the value of securing priority for Tian Qiuan's commission. Tian Qiuan didn't stay to watch the auction and spent his time in the VIP room drinking tea and listening to music performed by beautiful experts. In the end, the violet dream sold for the price of a celestial-grade treasure, a shocking amount that left even the auction house speechless. "Here are your earnings after deducting our house fees." Qing Linger handed him a spatial ring loaded with enough spirit jade to create a large sect and fund it for 100,000 years. Chapter 1509, Sword Goddess. In 1509, Sword Goddess, 1509, Sword Goddess, who won the auction? Tian Qiuan asked after storing away the money. "That would be the Sword Goddess of the unrivaled Nine Swords sect," said Qing Linger. "Sword Goddess? Never heard of her before," Tian Qiuan casually commented. "She is a prodigious swordmaster in the supreme heaven, renowned for being the first to achieve a level of sword aura that surpasses even the enhanced sword aura. I believe she named it Supreme Sword Aura. Do you wish to speak with her?" "She's still at the auction house." Tian Qiuan nodded. "Sure." "Then I'll go inform her right now. Please wait a little, Senior Exalted Blacksmith." After learning of Tian Qiuan's identity, the Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion's attitude toward him changed. While they showed him respect at first, it wasn't directed at the person himself, but the weapon he was carrying, until they realized his true identity as the Exalted Blacksmith. Sometime later, King Linger returned with another individual by her side. She was an exceedingly beautiful woman. With a tall and slender body, long black hair, and golden eyes, she exuded an aura of dominance and pride. "It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Senior Tian. I am Zixuan, one of 9 unrivaled swords from the unrivaled Nine Swords sect." Zixuan bowed to him with the violet dream in her grasp. Tian Qiuan nodded. "The violet dream already suits you very much, Miss Z. If you wish to commission me for a treasure, you will always have priority for a single commission." "Then I would immediately like to commission you for another sword," she quickly said without an ounce of hesitation in her voice. "Is this sword for yourself or someone else?" he asked. "For myself." "All right, here are my terms. First, you'll give me a brief description of what you're looking for in your sword. If you don't have any idea, I can make it based on your current abilities. 2. You'll supply me with all of the materials for the sword. 3. I will need half of the payment up front and the other half once the sword is completed. If you're paying me with one of the materials on my list, I won't need any upfront payment. Lastly, I will only make 1 weapon per commission. Also, I won't accept any deadlines or tolerate being rushed, and don't even think about scamming me because you'll regret it dearly." "Do you agree with my terms?" Zixuan then said. "I agree. As for the payment, I have 2 of the materials you want. What kind of sword can I get with them?" "Which 2 materials?" he inquired. "The Empyrean gold and tempered glacial steel." Tian Qiuan pondered for a moment before responding. For these two materials, I am willing to create a peak-quality mystic-grade sword for you. Deal, Zixuan quickly agreed. Then I'll visit the unrivaled Nine Swords sect in a month for the details of your sword, unless you have another preferred meeting spot. You can come here. As if prepared beforehand, Zixuan retrieved a jade slip that contained information about a specific location and handed it to him. After checking the information inside the jade slip, Tian Qiuan nodded and said, "Then I will see you exactly a month from today." Thank you for purchasing my violet dream. Just as Tian Qiuan turned around to leave, Zixuan suddenly said, "Before you go, can I get your autograph?" "Sure." Tian Qiuan had no reason to refuse such a simple request. Zixuan took out a piece of black cloth and asked, "Can you sign this?" Tian Qiuan raised an eyebrow when he saw the cloth's unique shape, ribummed ov ko'im. This is my underwear. It's my favorite, too." King Linger's eyes widened with disbelief when she heard Zixuan's shocking words. She thought it was a joke, but when she saw Zixuan's dead serious expression, King Linger began doubting if she was in reality or inside an illusion. "You're serious?" Tian Qiuan had to make sure she wasn't messing with him. "Of course," Zixuan confirmed with a confident head nod, leaving him speechless. After a long moment of silence, Tian Qiuan asked, "How do you want me to sign it?" "You can just write your name on it using spiritual energy. I don't care if it's damaged." "Okay." Tian Qiuan began writing his name on the piece of cloth by scribbling on it with his finger, which was imbued with spiritual energy, essentially engraving his name on the cloth. After fulfilling her request, Tian Qiuan cleared his throat and spoke in a stiff tone. "Then I will take my leave now." He disappeared into thin air the next moment. Zixuan stared at the signed underwear with a profound smile on her face. King Linger's body trembled at the sight. To her knowledge, Zixuan was an unfeeling, aloof figure who had never opened her heart to anyone, dedicating every fiber of her being to the mastery of the sword. However, Zixuan's actions just now contradicted everything King Linger knew about her. "Then I'll take my leave as well," Zixuan calmly said a moment later, acting like nothing strange had happened. In the following days, Tian Qiuan sought information about the sword goddess. Zixuan, however, he wasn't inquiring about her because of her weird request or because he was interested in her. Since he was going to make a sword for her, he was simply doing his due diligence as a blacksmith. After all, how could he possibly craft a sword tailored to someone he knows nothing about? Until their meeting, Tian Qiuan learned everything he could about Zixuan through public knowledge. Her demeanor, nature, habits, and whatnot, however, some of the information he gathered contradicted the Zixuan he met. Although their meeting wasn't long, it was enough for him to understand her character a little. "Zixuan, huh? What a peculiar woman." Tian Qiuan chuckled. Once it was time for their scheduled meeting, Tian Qiuan made his way to the location inside the jade slip Zixuan gave him. Chapter 1510, A Dangerous Obsession. Chapter 1510, A Dangerous Obsession. Since Tian Qiuan has never been to the Supreme Heaven, Zixuan arranged for their meeting somewhere in the Eighth Heaven. Upon arriving at their designated meeting spot, Tian Qiuan looked around with his divine sense but couldn't see any buildings or Zixuan's presence in a 1,000-mile radius. Even weirder, he was in the middle of nowhere, however. Just as he prepared to look around, the empty space before him began to rend apart, as though the very fabric of reality had been cleaved by an unseen force. From this spatial rift a figure emerged, stepping into the world with an air of otherworldly authority and a face of peerless beauty. Zixuan showed a gentle smile and said, "I created an entrance to my humble world here before I returned to the Supreme Heaven. Please come inside." Tian Qiuan nodded and followed her to her world. Much like Senior Bai's realm, accessible through the myriad of techniques, Zixuan's world resided in a separate dimension, far removed from the Ninth Heaven. But compared to Senior Bai's somewhat empty realm, which consisted entirely of flying pavilions, Xuan's world was a realm of countless swords and a single floating island that housed a solitary building. The swords hovered in the air like scattered clouds, forming a path that led to the building in the distance. As Tian Qiuan followed Xuan, he inspected the swords with his divine sense. Their grades varied from spirit grade to empyrean grade. Yet one thing remained consistent, their excellent quality, all being peak quality swords. This is a unique way to display your collection. It's an impressive collection as well. Tian Qiuan casually commented on it. To his surprise, Xuan said, "I'm not actually displaying them. They used to be stored in my vault, but after I learned of the existence of your swords and acquired one for my collection, I couldn't bear to keep them in the same space, so I tossed them out here. Is that so?" Tian Qiuan mumbled, unsure whether to feel honored by her appreciation for his creations or to sympathize with the unknown maker of the swords she had discarded in such a fashion because of him. Upon reaching the island, Xuan led him straight to the building and said, "This is my private living quarters. You're the first one ever to visit this place. To bring me to such a personal place, even though we're practically strangers, I feel honored." "I don't see you as a stranger," she quickly said. "I have collected many of your swords and spent many years with them. They say a blacksmith's creation embodies a fragment of their creator's soul, so in a way we've known each other for a very long time." The next moment, they stepped into the building. Its interior was opulent yet understated, exuding a sense of luxury without extravagance. The atmosphere was cozy, with a natural soothing aura permeating the air. Though the building appeared sizable from the outside, it housed only a small living room and a bedroom, with the remainder of the space dedicated to her extensive sword collection, at least before most of them were tossed out and replaced by Tian Qiuan's swords. "Please, have a seat." Xuan gestured at the couch by the purple-fired fireplace. Once they were both seated, Tian Qiuan asked, "So, what kind of sword do you want me to make for you?" "I will let you decide." "Are you sure?" She nodded solemnly and spoke. "I commissioned you not out of necessity but out of desire. I do not wish to defile your creation with my ideas, so I don't care what I want, just like your other creations. I want this sword crafted solely by you, but I want you to think of me when you make it." Despite Xuan's enigmatic demeanor, Tian Qiuan accepted her request with determination. "I understand. I will craft a sword that I believe will be perfect for you, and I will only think of you during the process," he affirmed. Although Tian Qiuan was wearing a mask, Xuan could feel his intense stare through the mask. Additionally, when the words that she would only hear in her dreams were uttered in reality by the person in her dreams, a profound change occurred within her, causing her body to tremble in delight. Xuan's breath quickened, and her eyes locked onto Tian Qiuan with a deep sense of yearning. "Should I just make him mine right here and now?" she pondered inwardly. Little did Tian Qiuan know, Xuan was an ardent admirer of his creations to extreme levels. Despite possessing numerous empyrean grade and even celestial grade swords, Xuan had found herself utterly charmed by one of Tian Qiuan's creations, despite it being only of spirit grade quality at the time. Such was the allure of his craftsmanship that it transcended the boundaries of material worth, capturing her heart with its unique charm. As Tian Qiuan's skill refined and his creations became even more exquisite with each creation, Xuan's admiration for his work only deepened. Eventually, her infatuation soon morphed into a dangerous obsession, reaching a point where she was willing to go to extreme lengths, even resorting to violence to obtain his coveted creations. Her crazed obsession quickly earned her the nickname of Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic. However, since she was always disguised, nobody knew her true identity as the Sword Goddess. If the world somehow learned of this, not even the heavens would be able to predict their reaction. Xuan was an expert at the 7th level of the God Ascension realm, while Tian Qiuan was only a golden immortal. If she were to force herself upon him in this secluded world, there was nothing he could do about it. However, Xuan quickly regained control of her emotions and refrained from doing something so barbaric for now. "Now then, can you tell me more about yourself? For example, your hobbies, your likes and dislikes, and even habits. I will also need to examine your swordsmanship later." Tianjuan said to her a moment later, unaware of the dangerous thoughts flowing through Zixuan's mind. "With pleasure," Zixuan responded with a profound smile on her beautiful face. Chapter 1511. Zi Xuan, 1511 Zi Xuan, and 1511 Zi Xuan. Upon Tian Qiuan's request to learn more about her, Zi Xuan did not hesitate to reveal everything about herself to him, including personal information that one usually wouldn't reveal even to their loved ones. "I enjoy reading scriptures every now and then, and my hobby is collecting swords. I haven't eaten anything in the last 100 years, but if I were to eat something right now, it would be a spicy dish. I like swords, and there are too many things I dislike to list, but if I had to name a few, it would be pesky people and men who only think with their lower swords. I don't mind perverted men, as I am quite perverted myself, but there is a difference between lustful and being lecherous. When I'm feeling lustful, I like to use the swords in my collection to relieve myself. By the way, your swords are the best. They make me go crazy, something other swords cannot replicate." Behind his mask, Tian Qiuan's eyes widened in surprise. His disbelief evident. Was she toying with him, or was she genuinely like this? He had always known Zixuan to be eccentric, but this was a whole new level. He cleared his throat and said, "Why don't you tell me about your background? How did you grow up and become the person you are today?" Zixuan pondered for a moment before responding, "I was born in the unrivaled Nine Swords sect. My mother was a sect elder, so I spent the majority of my life there. I touched my first sword when I was 1 year old and started training with one when I was only 5 years old. I learned sword aura 10 years later, enhanced sword aura after another 100 years, and attained sword body at 3,000 years old. I became an official disciple of the unrivaled Nine Swords sect at 10 years old and was promoted to inner disciple 3 years later. On my 18th birthday, I became a core disciple. 10 years later, I became a sect elder. After another 50 years, I replaced one of the 9 unrivaled swords by defeating him in an official match. Since then, I began working toward a level that surpasses enhanced sword aura. It took 100,000 years, but I've managed to achieve just that, and I named it Supreme Sword Aura. Oh, I started collecting swords when I was 16 years old." Tian Qiuan listened to her history with interest. This was his first time encountering someone as talented as Zixuan when it came to the sword. To achieve a sword body at 2,000 years old was incredibly gifted, a talent seen once every 100 million years. After telling him her entire life story, Zixuan suddenly stood up and asked, "Want to see my sword collection?" "It's mostly your swords, though?" "Sure. It would help me understand your taste for swords a little more?" Tian Qiuan nodded and followed her to the collection. Sometime later, they arrived before a sealed door. "I called this the Sword Vault, and once again, you're the first person besides myself to see it." Zixuan removed the seal and opened the door, revealing the room on the other side. The room was huge, taking up most of the building, but fewer than 100 swords were on display, even though it could easily hold hundreds of thousands. "This room used to be more crowded, but as you saw, they're all outside now," Zixuan said. Tian Qiuan took a quick look at the swords with his divine sense. There were 79 swords on display, with 69 of them being his own creation. "You've managed to collect 69 out of the 90 treasures I've sold to the public?" Tian Qiuan marveled at her unwavering dedication and extraordinary collection. To obtain even a single treasure crafted by his hand was a formidable feat, yet she had amassed 69 of them as a single individual. He was aware of the high cost of his treasures, but he couldn't fathom the extent of resources she must have sacrificed to acquire these 69 weapons. "I never thought I would collect weapons that were not swords, but your creations changed me," Zixuan said, as she caressed a blue-bladed dagger with her slender fingers. While some blacksmiths specialize in a single type of weapon since it's much easier to advance in their career, a true master crafts all kinds of weapons with equal excellence. Tian Qiuan crafted every type of weapon, but his favorite was the sword, thus half of his creations were swords. Xuan walked over to a particular sword on display and said, "This is the first of your creations that appeared in public, and it's the sword that changed my life. It was a mere spirit-grade sword, but it was just as flawless as the Violet Dream in terms of quality, and could easily be mistaken as a heaven-grade, even divine-grade treasure. When I first laid eyes on this sword, it made me feel emotions that I didn't know existed in me, and I knew I had to acquire it. She grabbed the sword off the display and handed it to Tian Qiuan. "If you don't mind, can you hold it for me? I want to see it with its creator." Tian Qiuan accepted her request and held the sword in his hand. Instantly, the sword began exuding an aura that had never manifested for anyone else, not even Zixuan. This left Zixuan bewildered. "Ah," she muttered in a trembling voice, her body shaking in excitement. "I have tried, but I could never imagine it being any more perfect than it already is, but now, with it in your hands, this is true perfection." Zixuan exclaimed with a crazed expression on her face, as if a switch had been flipped inside her. She approached him and grabbed his hands. "I was only 99% convinced you were the real exalted blacksmith, but I am now 100% convinced." Chapter 1512, Unrivaled Sword Art. Chapter 1512, Unrivaled Sword Art. 1512, Unrivaled Sword Art. 1512, Unrivaled Sword Art. "You weren't certain I was the real deal? What if I had been an impostor?" Tian Qiuan asked her out of curiosity. Hearing this question, Zixuan's expression darkened, looking incredibly grim, and she responded in a chilling voice, "If you had dared to impersonate the exalted blacksmith, then I would have tortured you until the end of time." Her gaze exuded real killing intent that sent shivers down Tian Qiuan's body. "All right, then. Let's take a look at your swordsmanship now," he said a moment later. Zixuan nodded her head and said, "Let's go outside." Before leaving the vault, Zixuan took the spirit-grade sword with her. Once they were outside, Zixuan brought him to the empty field behind the building. "I will now perform my main sword technique, Unrivaled Sword Arts. It consists of 9 stages, each several times stronger than the last. Instead of wielding a powerful sword like the Violet Dream, Zixuan opted to use the spirit-grade sword for her performance. She was more comfortable with it due to spending countless hours with it, allowing her to display her best abilities. Unrivaled Sword Art, first stage, Unrivaled Spirit. Zixuan then gave Tian Qiuan a sword performance that could only be described as flawless, even otherworldly. Each movement was precise and fluid, flowing as naturally as water in a river without a trace of hesitation or stiffness. After watching her otherworldly performance, Tian Qiuan fully understood why people called her the Sword Goddess. Sometime later, Zixuan stopped after the 3rd stage and asked him, "Are you able to understand my swordsmanship?" Once a swordsman attains a certain level of mastery, their movements transcend ordinary understanding, and this effect intensifies as the individual's skill level increases. Since Tian Qiuan was mainly a blacksmith, Zixuan was worried that he lacked the ability to understand her swordsmanship, which would hinder his ability to craft a suitable sword that matched her abilities. Tian Qiuan could tell what was on Zixuan's mind based on the worried frown on her face, and he said, "Don't worry. I can understand your swordsmanship. I may be a blacksmith, but I am also a swordmaster. In order to create a weapon, I believe you must understand the weapon itself first, and what better way to understand a weapon than to master it?" Some of Zixuan's worries went away after hearing his words, but there was still some doubt in her heart, after all. To fully comprehend her swordsmanship, Tian Qiuan would need to be near her level or even surpass it, which was very unlikely. However, she didn't say anything else and continued her performance. "This is the 4th stage, Unrivaled Earth. Then the 5th stage, Unrivaled Heaven. The 6th stage, Unrivaled Divine. The 7th stage, Unrivaled Divine. The 7th stage, Unrivaled Saint." She stopped after the 7th stage to look at Tian Qiuan again. "Are you still following?" "Yes, 100%. Despite her profound respect for him, she couldn't bring herself to believe his words. Not even the other 8 unrivaled swords could claim with such certainty that they comprehended the 7th stage of her swordsmanship. Seeing the doubt on her face, Tian Qiuan said, "Just keep going. I'll prove to you that I am capable of understanding your swordsmanship later." Zixuan silently nodded and proceeded to perform the 8th stage. Unrivaled Void, finally, the last stage. This is the 9th stage, Unrivaled Sword God. There was a saying in the Unrivaled Nine Swords sect, mastering the 9th stage of their technique would inevitably make one a sword god, and within the entire sect only Zixuan has managed to reach such a level. It was widely known within their sect that Zixuan surpassed even the sect master in power. However, she had no desire to shoulder the responsibilities of leadership, and thus she chose not to ascend to the position, remaining as a guardian of the sect. As Zixuan commenced the final stage, the atmosphere in their secluded world shifted, and the very air trembled in awe. If Zixuan had infused her spiritual energy into her swordsmanship, their world would have been destroyed long before she could even reach the 5th stage, much less the 9th stage. "What do you think?" Zixuan asked him afterward while being slightly out of breath. Tian Qiuan nodded. "It was amazing. Are you saying that because you couldn't comprehend it, or—" Tian Qiuan smiled and gestured for the sword. "As promised, I will now prove to you that I am fully capable of understanding your swordsmanship." Zixuan handed him the sword and asked, "What are you going to do?" "You'll see in just a moment. Please give me some space." Once Zixuan was far enough, Tian Qiuan closed his eyes and recalled Zixuan's performance with the unrivaled sword art. After a moment of silence, he started moving his body and performing the unrivaled sword art. Zixuan's eyes widened in shock as she watched Tian Qiuan flawlessly replicate her sect's most revered and challenging sword technique. However, as impressive as it seemed at a glance, anyone with enough experience could replicate the first 3 stages of the technique. A few minutes later, Tian Qiuan began performing the 4th stage. His movements were just as impeccable as if he was still doing the 1st stage, leaving Zixuan speechless. However, little did she know that was just the beginning. After performing the 4th stage, Tian Qiuan went on to the 5th stage, and then the 6th stage. Even more remarkable than his effortless replication of the sword technique was Tian Qiuan's seamless performance, flawlessly executing each stage without the slightest pause, almost as if he'd practiced the sword technique for thousands of years. As Tian Qiuan reached the 9th stage of the sword technique, Zixuan fell back in shock, her expression mirroring disbelief as if she had seen a ghost. "I am possible?" she uttered in a terrified voice, and she began doubting whether she was a true sword prodigy or a fake one. Chapter 1513 Exalted Blacksmith Store. Chapter 1513 Exalted Blacksmith Store. In 1513 Exalted Blacksmith Store. "You? What the hell are you?" Zixuan stared at Tian Qiuan with her eyes as wide as saucers. It had taken her thousands of years to master the unrivaled sword arts, yet it only took a glance for Tian Qiuan to master the sword technique completely. She has never heard of anything like this before, much less witnessing it with her own eyes. "Are you secretly a disciple of our unrivaled Nine Swords sect?" she asked with a suspicious look on her face. If he were truly a disciple of her sect, it would explain his knowledge of the unrivaled sword arts. However, even within her sect, fewer than 5 individuals had learned all 9 stages, and she was the only one to master all 9 stages. So how could he flawlessly execute all 9 stages? "No, I am not a disciple of the unrivaled Nine Swords sect." "Then are you telling me that you actually learned the technique on the spot after watching me perform it once? Do you really expect me to believe such a thing?" "I don't expect you to believe me, but that's the truth. Anyways, have I cleared your doubt about my ability to comprehend your swordsmanship?" Don't try to change the subject. Only disciples of the unrivaled Nine Swords sect are allowed to learn the sword technique. If they learn that an outsider has managed to do so, they'll hunt you down. That's only if they learn it, right? You're the only one who knows about it, so unless you tell them, I will be safe. Moreover, I learned the technique from watching you who willingly showed it to me, so you also bear some responsibility. Zixuan was left speechless by his argument. In fact, even if she knew that he had the capability to learn the technique beforehand, she would still be willing to perform the sword technique for him for the sake of her sword. She sighed in a defeated manner and said, You're right. Since you learned the sword technique from me, I am technically responsible for it. Anyway, I have no intention of revealing this to my sect, so you do your job and don't go around flaunting it." Tian Qiuan smiled and said, "I have no interest in the unrivaled sword arts. I have my own sword technique. Anyway, I have a good understanding of your capabilities, and I already have an image of what kind of sword I will be making for you. I just need some time to think about it." "Will it take long?" she asked. "No, I'll be done in a few days." "Okay, then I'll begin now." He sat on the ground and closed his eyes. It looked like he was cultivating, but he was actually forging Zixuan's sword inside his mind, and he was doing it more than once. To craft the perfect sword for her, Tian Qiuan needed to experiment with various materials and combinations. A blacksmith of his caliber possesses the ability to forge treasures within their mind as vividly as if they were doing it in reality. This extraordinary skill allows them to save both resources and time. Time passed in the blink of an eye for Tian Qiuan. As for Zixuan, she sat right in front of him and stared at him the entire time. A few days later, when Tian Qiuan opened his eyes, he was startled by Zixuan, whose face was so close to his mask that they were almost touching. I am finished," he said in a somewhat stiff voice, realizing that he'd finished. Zixuan calmly distanced herself from him and asked, "Why are you hiding your identity?" "I like peace and freedom. If the world knows my face, I will never be able to walk in public without being stopped by people," he calmly said. "Agreement? No. A fair reason, anyway. I know exactly what kind of sword I'll make for you." He proceeded to write down a list of materials needed for the sword and handed it to her. "How long do you think it'll take you to collect them?" he asked. Zixuan looked at the list with a pondering face. After a moment of silence, she said, "It shouldn't take too long. I already have half of these materials. I can probably acquire the other half in a few months. Then I'll return to the place that I came in here from exactly 1 year from now." "Okay. What are you going to do in the meantime?" "What a blacksmith typically does, make things." Tian Qiuan left Zixuan's world shortly after and disappeared from the world for an entire year. News of the exalted blacksmith accepting commissions spread throughout the 9 heavens after the auction house. Many people wanted to request a commission immediately, but all of them quickly came to the same realization that stopped them from doing so. How the hell do we contact the exalted blacksmith when we don't even know his identity or where to find him? Indeed, Tian Qiuan had departed the auction house so quickly that he forgot to mention the store he had opened in the 8th heaven, where he would be accepting requests. Tian Qiuan found it weird that nobody approached him even though many months had passed and he was beginning to doubt his own popularity. "Ah, I forgot to tell them about this store." He suddenly came to this realization one day. Upon realizing his mistake, he immediately began spreading information about his store. Not even half a day after he began spreading the news, experts from around the world flocked to his store like hungry pigeons. His store was situated in the middle of nowhere, standing alone in an open, empty grassland. It was almost impossible to miss once someone entered its vicinity, but without knowledge of its existence, nobody would go out of their way to visit such a desolate place. However, once news of his store spread, the once empty grassland quickly became crowded with people. Chapter 1514 The Pinnacle of Swords. Chapter 1514 The Pinnacle of Swords, 1514 The Pinnacle of Swords, before people arrived at his store. Tian Qiuan created a large sign that read, "Those who have my desired materials may enter the store immediately. Those who do not have priority must wait outside until their number is called." There are jade slips with numbers on it beside this sign. Take the number in the front and wait for your turn. I will have at most 10 customers at a time, excluding those with priority and with my desired materials. Every customer will only be allowed 1 commission request in their lifetime. Fighting is not allowed near the store, or you will be put on the blacklist. Those on the blacklist will not be able to receive my service. Those with a jade slip may sell their slot, but others are prohibited from threatening those with a jade slip to sell. If you pressure or force someone to sell their jade slip, you will be put on the blacklist. When the first customer arrived, he grabbed the jade slip that read 1 and waited for his turn. Seconds later, another individual showed up. In less than 1 minute, all 10 jade slips had been acquired with the people who came after feeling dejected. However, they didn't immediately leave and tried to purchase the jade slip from those who had one. Unsurprisingly, none of the 10 individuals with a slot were willing to sell it, so the others quickly gave up and waited for the next day's slots. Tian Qiuan waited half a day for someone with his desired materials to show up. When nobody did, he called in the first customer. "What kind of weapon do you want?" Tian Qiuan asked. "I would like a spear." "Do you have a specific design in mind? What about its grade and quality?" "I do. It's right here." "How much would it cost for one at the peak quality ancient grade?" After taking a look at the design, Tian Qiuan gave the man an estimate of the price. "I understand. I have the money and materials right here. When will you begin the commission?" "I will start right now. You can expect the spear to be ready in an hour, that fast." The man almost couldn't believe his ears. Most blacksmiths would require months of work to craft an ancient-grade weapon, after all. "Yes, it'll be done in an hour," Tian Qiuan reaffirmed. The man nodded and left the store, which consisted of one small reception room and the rest being a smithy. An hour later, Tian Qiuan called the man back into the store and showed him the finished product. Amazing. The man was at a loss for words. "See, can I touch it?" he then asked. "That depends. Do you accept this result?" "If you do, you'll need to pay the full amount before you can have it. I accept." The man retrieved the rest of the payment and handed it to Tian Qiuan. "It's all yours." Tian Qiuan gestured at the beautiful red spear. The man grabbed the spear with trembling hands and muttered, "This is exactly what I envisioned. No, it's even better than I imagined." Tian Qiuan then said, "It doesn't have a name yet, and that will be your responsibility." After completing his first commission, Tian Qiuan walked outside and showed everyone the jade slip with the number 1 in his grasp and said, "If you want this, you can go get it." He proceeded to flick the jade slip, shooting it into the distance. Those who reacted the fastest were the first to chase after it, with the others following behind, quickly emptying the place beside the other 9 already with a jade slip. "Number 2, you may follow me inside," Tian Qiuan said a moment later. Over the next several months, Tian Qiuan focused on his commissions, amassing a tremendous amount of wealth. He also accepted several priority commissions from those who offered him the material that he was looking for. Once a year had passed since his meeting with Zixuan, Tian Qiuan closed the store down temporarily. "If you already have a jade slip, you can keep it with you until I reopen the store." Tian Qiuan disappeared after saying these words. He made his way to the same location as last time and waited for Zixuan to invite him to her world. Zixuan showed up shortly after his arrival, but she looked a little grumpy for some reason. "Is something wrong?" he asked her. "I thought I would be your first, but you ended up creating other treasures before mine even started," she said, displeased that she wasn't the first to have a custom weapon by him. "While I didn't complete your sword first, you are still my first customer, and your sword was my first custom design, so it's still technically my first custom creation," he said. Zixuan fell silent when she couldn't argue with his logic, eventually bringing him into her world. "Here are all of the materials you requested." Zixuan pointed at the materials neatly placed outside her living quarters. "Where are you going to make the weapon?" "For mystic-grade treasures, I have to do it inside my world," he said. "Oh, do you think I can come watch?" she asked out of curiosity, but she was prepared to be refused. Tian Qiuan did not immediately respond and pondered for a moment. Seeing this as an opportunity, Zixuan quickly continued, "I actually have another material that was on your list. I'll give it to you for free if you let me watch." "All right, I'll let you watch." Tian Qiuan nodded. "Why are you collecting so many precious materials anyway?" "Since you are my first customer, I'll tell you." Tian Qiuan smiled behind his mask and said, I'm planning on creating a masterpiece, a sword that surpasses even celestial-grade treasures, the pinnacle of all swords. The pinnacle of all swords, Zixuan swallowed nervously as she stared at him with a dazed expression on her face. Chapter 1515, Tian Qiuan's World. Chapter 1515, Tian Qiuan's World. As a sword enthusiast, the mere mention of Tian Qiuan's plan to craft the pinnacle of swords sent a thrill through Zixuan, igniting a spark of excitement in her. The fact that she was essentially giving him the resources to craft the weapon made it seem like she contributed to the creation of the sword. "Ah, I'm wet," she thought to herself with a Eurofic expression on her face. Tian Qiuan ignored the weird expression on Zixuan's face and collected the materials. "I'm going to return to my world right now, but I won't begin the smithing for a few more days," he said afterward. "I'll follow you there," she snapped out of it and said, "Okay." They left Zixuan's world shortly after. A few days later, Tian Qiuan arrived at the entrance to his world, which was located near a river in the middle of a mountain valley. Tian Qiuan's world consisted of 3 areas. The first one to enter Zixuan's view was a floating island that had a majestic golden mountain and a golden waterfall. The next appeared to be a floating island with a volcano that appeared ordinary at a glance. But when Zixuan tried to take a deep look into it, she found an unfathomable existence living within. Unfortunately, this presence was too powerful for even an expert like Zixuan to perceive fully. Not wanting to offend such a formidable entity, she immediately withdrew her divine sense the moment she became aware of its existence. The third area was a simple floating island with 2 buildings. One appeared to be his living quarters, and the other a smithy. "You're the first human ever to visit this place," Tian Qiuan suddenly said to her. "The first human? Huh?" Zixuan glanced at the volcano. "Do you want a tour of the place while we're here?" he suddenly asked. "Sure." Tian Qiuan proceeded to lead Zixuan to the golden mountain with the waterfall and said, "This entire mountain is made of primordial gold, and the water is all liquid from the golden celestial tree that you see growing around the river." Sure enough, dozens of golden celestial trees were growing along the river, each of them at least 1,000,000 years old. A single golden celestial tree could sell for the price of several mystic-grade treasures. "This is the first time I've seen so many golden celestial trees in one place." Zixuan swallowed nervously at the marvelous sight. However, they still weren't as impressive as the golden mountain that was completely made of primordial gold. Primordial gold was more valuable than Empyrean gold, and a small fist-sized chuck could easily sell for the price of a mystic-grade treasure. Yet there was a whole mountain of it in Tian Qiuan's world. "Why do you need so much primordial gold and golden celestial tree?" Zixuan asked him out of curiosity. "I'll be using most of it for my masterpiece," he calmly said. Most of it? You can easily craft a dozen celestial-grade treasures with this much material," she exclaimed in shock. "Even if it can craft 100 celestial-grade treasures, it wouldn't be able to compare to my masterpiece." Tian Qiuan said in a confident tone, "Just what kind of sword are you trying to craft? You intend on slaying gods or something?" Zixuan shook her head. Since she didn't have any idea what kind of sword he was creating, she couldn't help but consider it a waste of resources. "Let's head to the next island, by the way. I call this place the Golden Valley." Tian Qiuan led her to the second island with the volcano, but he didn't enter its territory and merely inspected it from outside. "You should have already noticed its existence by now, but I do not live in this world alone. My companion isn't human either. It resides inside the mountain, where all sorts of precious ores and jewelry can be found, especially those that grow in extremely hot conditions." "What kind of entity lives here? Since it can withstand the immense heat in this place, it's most likely a yang element beast, right?" Zixuan inquired. "Indeed, it's a yang element beast. I would introduce you now, but it only comes out when I work on profound treasures that require unique flames. That said, you'll meet it once I begin working on your sword. It even assists you with your creation? I cannot imagine what kind of beast has the capabilities to do that." With that said, Zixuan could think of one entity that could produce flames. but it seemed so far-fetched that she didn't even consider it possible and quickly tossed that thought aside. Since he didn't want to disturb the entity any longer, Tian Qiuan led Zixuan to the final island. "This is my living quarter, and the other building is my workshop," Tian Qiuan said, confirming Zixuan's speculations earlier. He invited her into his living quarters and served her tea. As she sipped on the tea, Zixuan's eyes remained fixated on Tian Qiuan's mask. When her curiosity could no longer be contained, she asked him, "Would you be willing to show me your face? I promise I won't tell anyone. I can even swear on my soul if that would reassure you." Without waiting for Tian Qiuan's response, Zixuan raised her hand and swore, "With heaven as my witness, I swear upon my soul that I would not reveal your identity to anyone you don't want me to." "You didn't have to do that. I would have shown you my face even without needing the oath, but it does make it more easy for me to reveal my face." Tian Qiuan wasn't worried that she might recognize him, because his true identity, besides being the exalted blacksmith, was a nobody who belonged to no background. He removed his mask the following moment, revealing his handsome face to Zixuan Chapter 1516 Vulgar Presence. 1516 Vulgar Presence. "You're much more handsome than I expected," Zixuan muttered in a dazed voice as she stared at Tian Qiuan's handsome face. She had braced herself in case Tian Qiuan had an ugly face, because he always wore a mask. Even though he claimed that it was because he didn't want to be recognized in public, there was no way to really tell if he was being truthful. However, after seeing his handsome facial features, Zixuan no longer doubted his claims of wanting to remain anonymous. In fact, he was so handsome that Zixuan subconsciously reached for his face, gently caressing his cheeks. Tian Qiuan would have been able to avoid it if it was a surprise attack, but Zixuan's actions were so random that he simply froze from bewilderment, which allowed her to caress his cheeks. "Ah, sorry. My hand's moved on its own just now." Zixuan quickly pulled back her hand once she realized what she was doing and slightly blushed. Tian Qiuan chuckled and responded in a joking manner, "It's fine. I don't blame you, as I am very handsome after all." He continued, "Anyway, I'll be spending the next several days preparing the materials, so until then, make yourself at home. To ensure the process goes as smoothly as possible, all of the materials are typically refined or combined before the weapon crafting begins." "You don't mind me taking a look around? Aren't you worried that I might steal from you?" Zixuan asked. He chuckled at her words and said, "Unless you want to provoke my neighbor, I don't see why you would do such a thing." Zixuan's gaze shifted to the volcano and smiled. "Then I'll have some fun in your living quarters." Zixuan entered his living quarters the next moment, while Tian Qiuan immediately began refining the materials. Upon entering Tian Qiuan's home, Zixuan immediately began exploring the place. It was a simple home with 4 rooms. There was a bathroom, a kitchen, a living room, and a bedroom. The atmosphere resembled that of a mortal home, since immortal cultivators did not need to use the bathroom or eat. The living room was simply furnished with a leather chair, framed displays on the walls showcasing precious materials that even Zixuan did not recognize, and a fireplace. The bathroom and kitchen looked ordinary. Zixuan visited Tian Qiuan's bedroom last. Once she was inside, she took a deep breath through her nose and mouth at the same time. She kept the air in her lungs for a long moment before breathing out again. "What a wonderful smell," Zixuan muttered as she focused her gaze on the bed in the corner. Then, without hesitation, she jumped on the bed and started rolling around like some kind of bug. "Ah, why am I so attracted to him? Is it because he can craft amazing swords? No, there's something more to him, but I cannot pinpoint it." Zixuan's excitement continued to rise as she lay on his bed. Eventually, she could no longer control herself and reached underneath her clothes and started playing with herself. Meanwhile, Tian Qiuan was completely focused on the materials and did not even bother to check on Zixuan. Days passed in the blink of an eye. Once he was finished with the preparations, Tian Qiuan went inside his home to call Zixuan. He quickly found her sleeping peacefully on his bed with a satisfied expression on her face. There was also a unique smell in the air that he did not recognize. Tian Qian went to wake her up after staring at the sleeping beauty for a brief moment. Zixuan slowly opened her eyes to see Tian Qian standing before her. "Are we going for another round?" she muttered in a dazed voice, almost as if she believed that she was still dreaming. "Another round of what?" Tian Qian asked with raised eyebrows. Zixuan quickly realized that she was no longer dreaming and swiftly sat up. "Nothing," she responded in a stiff voice. "I'm going to start crafting the weapon now, so come with me," he then said. Zixuan nodded and fixed her robes before following him outside. She thought they were going to enter the smithy, but Tian Qian went behind it where a gold anvil was located. "We'll be doing it out here since we'll be using unique flames," he said. "For your safety, please watch from outside the island." Zixuan nodded and flew away. Stopping right outside the island, Tian Qian proceeded to remove the upper part of his robes, revealing his otherworldly physique that had been refined to perfection. Zixuan nearly began drooling upon seeing his bare upper body. "Feng Feng!" Tian Qian suddenly called out. Zixuan's expression immediately stiffened when the unfathomable presence she sensed from the volcano returned. She turned to gaze at the island just as the volcano erupted. From the fiery chaos a colossal figure emerged, its flaming wings unfurling to shroud half the sky. "A phoenix!" Zixuan cried out loud. She had initially speculated the beast to be a phoenix when she first heard about it, but the likelihood of a phoenix collaborating with a human seemed so improbable that she dismissed it as a mistake. "What kind of phoenix is it? I have seen phoenixes before, but none of them were covered in golden flames like this one. Its presence is also incomparably stronger." Zixuan pondered inwardly as the phoenix flew to Tian Qian, hovering above the entire island like a roof. "I'll be relying on you again for the next few days, Feng Feng," Tian Qian said. The phoenix did not respond, its gaze fixed intently on Zixuan. Zixuan's entire being trembled upon sensing its stare. She had a feeling that she was not being regarded favorably. "You are dirtying our sacred home with your vulgar presence, human." A cold voice suddenly resounded in Zixuan's head. It was undoubtedly the phoenix's voice, but Zixuan could not respond. She feared that it might obliterate her if she did. Chapter 15:17, Feng Feng. Chapter 15:17, Feng Feng. "Not only did you disturb my slumber, you even dared to dirty his room with your filthy bodily fluid. I should turn you into roasted meat." The phoenix continued, even threatening to kill her. Zixuan eventually snapped out of her daze and gritted her teeth before responding, as if a beast would understand human love. "Once we become lovers, I will dirty his room with my bodily fluid every day." The phoenix's golden flames suddenly flared up, turning it into a bright sun that colored the entire world golden. "You and I cannot coexist. One of us will perish today, and it will be you," it screamed in a chilling voice, causing the entire world to tremble. Seeing this, Tian Qian spoke up. "Don't be rude to our guest, Feng Feng." After a moment of silence, the phoenix slowly calmed down. Yet Zixuan could still feel its killing intent being directed at her. "Feng Feng." Tian Qian called her out again. The phoenix eventually stopped caring about Zixuan. Zixuan's entire back was soaked in sweat after her confrontation with the phoenix. Seeing her nervous expression, Tian Qian said, "Her name's Feng Tianru, but I call her Feng Feng since it has a nice ring to it. She was just a baby phoenix when I first found her, and she was injured, so I treated her. Since then, she's been following me like a pet. I think we were destined to meet. Don't call me a pet." Feng Tianru shouted at him. As you have experienced yourself, her temper is as fiery as her body of flames. Tian Qian chuckled. "Anyway, enough chit-chat. There's a lot of work to be done. Feng Feng, let's get started." Tian Qian walked to the anvil before using qi manifestation to place one of the materials on it. He retrieved a black and golden hammer and said, "Whenever you're ready." A few moments later, Feng Tianru flapped her wings, spewing a waterfall of golden flames not just on the anvil but on Tian Qian's figure as well, engulfing him in flames. "What the foo?" Zixuan's heart nearly jumped out of her chest when she saw this scene. However, she quickly realized that Tian Qiuan was unharmed when she started hearing the sound of a hammer striking metal. Clang, clang. A rhythmic sound filled the world, with ripples appearing after every sound. Before Zixuan realized it, her heartbeat had synchronized with the rhythm of Tian Qiuan's hammering, filling her very existence with a sense of harmony. Feng Tianru continued to shower Tian Qiuan and the anvil with golden flames. A few hours later, Tian Qiuan moved another material to the anvil without stopping his hammer, even a split second. 10 hours, 20 hours, 50 hours. Zixuan stood transfixed, her eyes glued to Tian Qiuan's handsome figure, her heart swelling with a sense of wonder as the hours ticked by. 7 days passed in a blur, and the sound of metal being hammered never stopped, not even for a second. "You can stop now," Tian Qiuan said to Feng Tianru, who immediately stopped producing flames for the first time in 7 days. Once the flames dispersed and Tian Qiuan's figure emerged, his entire body was drenched in sweat, but there was not a single injury on his body. In fact, his physique looked even better than before. He turned to look at Zixuan, who looked like she was on the verge of lunging at him like a rabbit in heat. If it weren't for Feng Tianru's presence that kept her sanity in check, she would have definitely defiled every inch of his body. "Your sword is done." Tian Qiuan extended the sword in her direction. Its gleaming blade held steady in his hand. Zixuan hastened to his side, her eyes flickering at the sight of the weapon as she hesitated, reluctant to touch it, her gaze lingering on its beauty. The sword radiated an aura of a peak-quality mystic-grade treasure, but its aura was so intense that Zixuan initially believed it to be an Empyrean-grade treasure. Its potency was so overwhelming that it eclipsed her usually sharp senses. This sword will increase the potency of all your sword techniques, especially the unrivaled sword art. Its blade was forged with naturally poisonous materials. While it won't kill your opponent, it will paralyze them, and, depending on their cultivation, it may be indefinite. It's also incredibly durable, near indestructible. Only a peak-quality celestial-grade treasure would be able to damage it, and even that requires tremendous effort. "Go ahead and give it a few swings." Zixuan's eyes locked onto the sword as she nodded, her hands moving with precision as she began performing the first 3 stages of the unrivaled sword art. The moment she did, she felt a profound improvement in her technique, as if the sword's energy had awakened a deeper connection within her, and her movements became more fluid and effortless than she had ever imagined possible. The sensation was so intoxicating that Zixuan found herself unable to stop. Her fingers moved with a life of their own as she seamlessly transitioned from the 3rd stage to the next, each subsequent step revealing a deeper understanding of the technique, as if the sword was guiding her through the motions, her proficiency growing with each passing moment. Once she finished her performance, Zixuan's gaze remained fixated on the sword, seemingly unable to take her eyes off it. "What do you think? Do you like it?" Tian Qiuan suddenly asked. Zixuan finally stopped looking at the sword and shifted her gaze to him. With a beautiful smile, she nodded her head and said, "I love it. Then I will mark this commission fulfilled." Zixuan retrieved the rare materials he wanted and gave them to him as payment. "What else from the list are you missing?" she asked. "Am I not allowed to have more?" She raised an eyebrow. "You can request as many commissions as you want, as long as you bring me one of the listed materials. Otherwise, I am only creating 1 weapon for every individual. I understand. I was planning on doing that anyway," Zixuan said. Chapter 1518, Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic. After 1518, Exalted Blacksmith Fanatic, after Zixuan left Tian Qiuan's world, she returned to her sect with her new sword, which she named Heaven's Intoxication, due to how every sword crafted by Tian Qiuan inevitably makes her feel heated and dazed, almost as though she was intoxicated. The first thing she did when she returned to the unrivaled 9 Swords sect was to test the sword on someone. So she challenged another unrivaled sword to a match. Despite the reluctance of the individual she chose to spar with, there was no room for refusal. The power and authority Zixuan commanded was undeniable, and he knew that she would not hesitate to attack him if he dared to refuse. Wait, what in heaven's name is that sword? Her opponent was immediately taken aback by the sword's overwhelming presence in Zixuan's grasp, a presence that seemed to radiate with a life of its own. Heaven's intoxication. It's my new favorite sword, she calmly said. Ignoring the weird name, where did you acquire such a marvelous treasure? Exalted blacksmith, she replied, her voice carrying a sense of pride. Oh, I remember now. You won that auction a year ago with our sect's resources. Do you have any idea how much that hurt our finances? That amount could have supported our sect for another 150,000 years. The sectmaster would still cry even at the slightest mention of it. Stop complaining. I only borrowed it, so I plan on paying it back. After all, it wouldn't truly be mine if I used another's wealth to buy it. Zixuan said in a nonchalant voice. And how do you plan on doing that? Even if you sold your body, it wouldn't cover half of the costs. I will be visiting the primordial chaos shortly to familiarize myself with heaven's intoxication by hunting chaotic beasts. The primordial chaos? That's reckless behavior, even by your standards. Do you have any idea how many God Ascension Realm cultivators perished in that place? You're worried about me? I don't need it. I'm worried that the debt you owe to the sect will disappear with your pointless death. That's none of your business. Anyway, let's get started. I have a lot of work to do. After another warning, Zixuan attacked her opponent. The fight was incredibly one-sided, with Zixuan dominating her opponent. Their spar lasted half as long as it typically does, and after the spar, Zixuan immediately left the sect to start earning money at the primordial chaos, one of the most dangerous places in the supreme heaven. Meanwhile, Tian Qiuan continued to accept commissions for the next decade. Once his fame had reached its peak and his reputation was unshakable, Tian Qiuan stopped accepting normal commissions and only accepted commissions from those who could provide him with rare materials. Although this sudden change upset many individuals, nobody dared complain, as it was already a miracle that he had accepted commissions from pretty much anybody with enough money for the last decade. In the last decade, Tian Qiuan managed to acquire 7 more of the materials he needed for his masterpiece. However, he still needed dozens of materials, and it could take hundreds, if not thousands of years before he had enough material to finally craft his masterpiece. Zixuan returned to her sect after spending 50 years straight hunting chaotic beasts from the primordial chaos. With the number of chaotic beasts she slew, she acquired a tremendous amount of fortune from selling the chaotic beasts' materials. However, a majority of her earnings went to pay back her debt to the unrivaled Nine Swords sect. Then, with the rest of her money, she spent it on hiring scouts to search the 9 heavens for the materials Tian Qiuan needed. If the materials were available, she would have spent it on purchasing them directly, but Tian Qiuan could have done that already. Eventually, she found several individuals who had one of these materials, but none of them were for sale. Knowing that Tian Qiuan had tried and failed, Zixuan opted to acquire them through other means. Thus, the exalted blacksmith fanatic, who hasn't appeared in over 50 years, started causing havoc around the 9 heavens once again. Fuck! Why are you doing this? Did the exalted blacksmith send you to rob me because I refused to sell it to him? One of her victims cried out loud. No, I am doing this on my own accord because I find it ridiculous. The only thing ridiculous here is your existence. Why are you hogging the material even though you don't plan on using it? Frankly, it's a waste of resources. If you ask me, it should be given to the exalted blacksmith, who will refine them into their purest form and craft the most beautiful treasures out of it. This is a warning to the others. Either sell your materials and let them serve their purpose, or let me take them from you. I recommend the former since it'll earn you some money at the very least. The exalted blacksmith fanatic's warning would spread throughout the world like wildfire, terrifying the other collectors who had refused to sell their material. When Tian Qiuan heard the news, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I don't know who this fanatic of mine is, but I truly appreciate it. While he wouldn't stoop to the level of theft, he had no issue with someone doing it for him as long as he didn't personally encourage it. He also agreed with the fanatic's words, and believed that materials should serve their purpose instead of collecting dust. After another 20 years, Zixuan appeared before him with a material that was on his list. "I'm here for my second sword," she greeted him with a wide smile. It only took a glance for Tian Qiyuan to immediately recognize the material she brought as one of the materials he had failed to purchase. "So you're the exalted blacksmith fanatic, huh?" he smiled after coming to this realization. Chapter 1519, Divine Blacksmith. Chapter 1519, Divine Blacksmith. 1519 Divine Blacksmith, exalted blacksmith fanatic. Are you suggesting a connection between me and that enigmatic figure? What led you to such a conclusion? Zi Xuan swiftly retorted, her innocence a well-crafted facade. So you're not the exalted blacksmith fanatic. How did you acquire that material, then? I can remember and identify any material I've seen once, and that piece of cold stellar iron was stolen from Guguming a few years ago. Tian Qiyuan spoke in a calm voice. Is that so? I had no idea. I acquired this from the black market last month, so it was stolen by the exalted blacksmith fanatic, huh? A fascinating revelation. But does it truly matter where it originated? It's in your possession now. Zi Xuan's words flowed as smoothly as her breath. Seeing how stubborn she was to keep her identity a secret, Tian Qiyuan no longer tried to expose her and said, "You're right. It doesn't matter where it came from." Zi Xuan was slightly taken aback by how readily he accepted the situation. She was certain that he had a strict policy against accepting stolen materials, a rule that would have challenged her persuasive skills, but she was relieved that it wasn't the case. You're a lot more open-minded than I'd anticipated. I know many blacksmiths who would not craft anything with materials acquired through unethical means. She expressed her surprise. Would you rather I not accept the material, then? It's not like I don't have any standards or pride. I obviously won't steal anything myself, but how another individual acquires their material is none of my business. Of course, I'm not encouraging such actions either. Moreover, how can one tell for sure their material wasn't acquired through unethical means? In the cultivation world, where the pursuit of power and longevity often led to questionable ethics, murder was a common occurrence. Given this, Tian Qiyuan's acceptance of the stolen material was hardly unusual. For him, it was just another aspect of the cutthroat world he lived in. Anyway, what kind of sword do you want this time? Tian Qiyuan asked. I don't know, so I'll let you decide. The same grade? How many materials would it take for you to craft an Empyrean-grade treasure? She asked. Well, I'll need at least 5. However, I have yet to craft one, so you'll need to wait a little longer if you really want one. 5, huh? All right. I have 4 here. Zi Xuan retrieved 3 more materials. Naturally, all of them were stolen from their owners in the last few years. Let me guess, you got them from the black market? Tian Qiyuan smiled at her nonchalant action. Yup. It was sold to me as a bundle, she calmly nodded with an innocent smile on her face. Give me 100 years, I'll become a divine blacksmith by then. Okay. I'll look for more materials in the meantime. Zi Xuan left shortly afterward. Although she wanted to stay a little longer, she didn't want to delay his promotion to divine blacksmith even for a second after Zi Xuan left. Tian Qiyuan immediately began working toward Empyrean-grade treasures inside his world. Most blacksmiths struggle to advance to the next level due to a lack of materials. Crafting treasures requires a significant amount of resources, which can be expensive, especially high-grade treasures that require rare materials. Even recycling the materials afterward isn't enough to create something new, making it a major hurdle for those seeking to upgrade. However, Tian Qiyuan didn't have to worry about lacking rare resources since his world had an abundance of them. This is also how he managed to become a grand blacksmith in just a few thousand years, while most would take hundreds of thousands of years to reach that level. While Tian Qiyuan entered seclusion to focus on his craft, Zi Xuan returned to collecting materials for him as the exalted blacksmith fanatic. Her existence has become such a menace that people form alliances and groups to hunt her down. However, Zi Xuan wasn't one of the strongest cultivators in the world for nothing. Even without revealing her true strength, she could easily deal with any adversaries. 100 years later, Tian Qiyuan emerged from his seclusion to auction off his newest creation and to let the world know of his advancements. Did you hear? The exalted blacksmith has finally created an Empyrean-grade treasure, officially becoming a divine blacksmith. Heavens, he's a divine blacksmith already. He'd become a grand blacksmith not too long ago. How the hell is he progressing so fast? I call bullshit. There's no way that's possible. It's true. He's auctioning off his Empyrean-grade treasure as we're speaking. At the auction, Tian Qiuan gave a quick speech before the battle, just like previously. Although I've managed to craft an Empyrean-grade treasure, I can only do swords at the moment, so I do not consider myself a real divine blacksmith just yet. I will wait until I can craft other weapons of similar quality before I dare claim that title. His humble demeanor left a favorable impression on many blacksmiths, including the divine blacksmiths out there, and once again, I will accept a personal commission from the winner of this auction. Once Tian Qiuan left, the auction began shortly after. The auction for the Empyrean-grade treasure was a frenzied mess, even more chaotic than the last Mystic-grade auction. Sure enough, Zixuan was at this auction as well. Unfortunately, there were too many powerhouses present in this auction, and she was unable to win this auction due to a lack of funds. While she had managed to win the last auction, it was mostly due to the treasure being mere Mystic grade, and most of the truly wealthy bidders already possessed Empyrean grade and above treasures, so they weren't as willing as her to spend a fortune on it. In the end, the ancestor of the Holy Sword Monastery won the bid. Zixuan was frustrated that she lost, but she did not despair, as there were opportunities to acquire it in the future. Chapter 1520, Advancing Grades. 1520 Advancing Grades. 1520 Advancing Grades. After the auction ended, Tian Qiuan had a quick meeting with the ancestor of the Holy Sword Monastery, a powerhouse that rivals the unrivaled Nine Swords sect and may even surpass it slightly. The ancestor was a handsome young man with cultivation at the 8th level of the God Ascension realm. Despite his young appearance, his eyes were filled with ancient wisdom acquired over hundreds of thousands of years. "It's a pleasure to meet you, exalted blacksmith. I am the ancestor of the Holy Sword Monastery, Sheng Qiu. We may have never met before, but you've crafted a sword for one of my disciples. When I saw his sword, I knew that I had to get one for myself sooner or later. I am honored to have someone as revered as you to take interest in my humble creations. Are you going to request a commission from me?" Tian Qiuan asked. "Yes, but not right now. Can I save this commission for the future when you can give birth to celestial-grade treasures?" "Of course, but it might take some time before I reach that level." "Ha ha ha ha! By your words, you are essentially claiming to become the next god of creation. Not even the heaven and earth blacksmith or the eternal blacksmith would so boldly proclaim they possess what it takes to become the next god of creation." Sheng Chu laughed heartily at his audacious claim. He continued, "You act humble in public, but you're actually an egotistical bastard. I like you." Naturally, Tian Qiuan did not find any offense in his words, despite being called an egotistical bastard. "If anyone can become the next god of creation, it's you, exalted blacksmith. I eagerly look forward to the day your creations reach that level." Sheng Qiu ended their conversation there and left the next moment. "If you ever need to sell anything, our Mystic Jade Auction Pavilion would be honored to serve you again, esteemed exalted blacksmith." King Linger bowed to him on his way out. Tian Qiuan made his way back to his world. However, someone had arrived before him. "You're here already?" Tian Qiuan smiled at Zixuan's presence. "You can craft Empyrean-grade treasures now, right? I also have the last materials, so I'm here for my own Empyrean-grade sword. It's a pity that I couldn't win that auction, but there's nothing I can do about it. There are many who are much wealthier than me." Zixuan sighed. "Let's go inside first." Tian Qiuan opened the entrance to his world and entered it with Zixuan following behind. Once inside, Zixuan asked, "Have you thought about what kind of sword you'll make me next?" "Of course. I had plenty of time to do so. However, do you really want a new sword? I can upgrade the last sword to Empyrean grade, too. It'll retain the same appearance and have enhanced abilities." "Really? You can do that?" Zixuan wore a surprised expression on her face. In their world, upgrading weapons was a common practice, but advancing weapon grades was a more challenging task. The process required a high level of skill and craftsmanship, as well as a deep understanding of the materials and techniques involved. Only the most experienced and skilled blacksmiths could successfully advance a weapon's grade without significantly altering its original appearance and abilities. As the grade of a weapon increased, the process of advancing it to the next level became progressively more challenging. In fact, only the Heaven and Earth blacksmith, one of the top blacksmiths in the world, has managed to advance a divine grade treasure to ancient grade before. Advancing mystic grade to empyrean grade was literally unheard of and deemed impossible by even divine blacksmiths. Yet Tian Qiuan claimed that he had the ability without any hesitation in his voice. Seeing the doubt and hesitation on Zixuan's face, Tian Qiuan spoke. "If I mess it up, I'll make you the exact same sword free of charge as well as the empyrean grade sword. Deal." All of Zixuan's hesitation was tossed out of the window after getting insurance for her sword. "What materials do you need from me?" she asked as they approached his living quarters. He pointed at the Golden Valley and said, "I already have them." "Huh? But those are your materials. I know." "Consider it part of the deal? You're giving me 5 materials after all. Also, it's easier to upgrade a sword than to create a new one. It's easier to advance a sword than create one. If other blacksmiths could hear your voice right now, they would be coming at you with their hammers raised, you know." Zixuan almost couldn't believe what she'd just heard. Tian Qiuan silently smiled at her words. Once they arrived at the anvil, he extended his hand and said, "Let me borrow your sword." "All right." Zixuan handed him the Heaven's Intoxication. "It'll be done in a few hours. Feng Feng." When Feng Tianru emerged from the volcano, Zixuan hastily left the island, fearing that Feng Tianru would engulf her in flames. Sure enough, Feng Tianru started spewing flames long before she even reached the island. That fucking phoenix really wanted to burn me. Zixuan cursed inwardly after seeing this, however. Feng Tianru didn't even spare her a gaze and focused on working with Tian Qiuan. A few hours later, Tian Qiuan revealed the new and improved Heaven's Intoxication with barely any changes to its appearance at a glance. "Heavens, you really advanced it from mystic grade to empyrean grade." Zixuan was bewildered by the results. If the world were to find out Tian Qiuan could advance weapon grades like this, his fame and reputation would pierce the heavens? Satisfied, he asked her. "Yes." Zixuan wielded the sword in her grasp. While it felt the same as before, she sensed a much more profound energy coursing through it, allowing her to channel her own energy with far greater ease. "Thank you for the business again." Tian Qiuan smiled.